Ah.
Looking at it
There's
right
this meme
now,
about snow.
really
I'm going like, ah!
not only
When he
is
uses
it
his reavers.
in many ways more robust
It's like a,
now,
it's like a
because
cackling.
It's not like it's
I'ma eat your minerals, bitch!
It's really hard to rush anything.
Oh, is he gonna lose it?
Yeah, this is.
Oh, and he juked it!
Popularity here.
Oh, and then he wound up not getting away.
Observers.
Eating alien brains? Indeed, I am eating alien brains.
I'm assuming that he wanted
I'm actually eating human innards. You know? If you know, you know. The Rick and Morty spaghetti episode. In that universe, anyone who dies turns into the most, like their insides turn into the most delicious spaghetti. But yeah, that stuff goes hard. VR, like group activities in VR goes freaking hard. Never really been a fan of VR myself to like, or like had any will to like use it or do it or anything like that. It's just the technology doesn't seem there yet. It's still like a 5-year thing for me. I know it's really like I'm terrible at promoting myself, but I'm great at promoting other people. I wish I was so good at promoting myself, but I feel cringe promoting myself. I love promoting other people. You don't have to be Brandon Sanderson level to make it. But I mean, Callie, like, you don't have to be that level to make, like, a couple $100,000 a year from your writings. You don't need to make millions of dollars. Soma's the killer! And without Sulky there, you'll never know who's better, Sulky or Soma, because they never really fought. Love an underdog story? Hell yeah. This entire tournament's been about underdog stories. Barracks is an underdog. The 4-time champion who was going for his 5th time got kicked out. Artosis is Canadian now because his wife is Canadian. And he lives in Prince Edward Island. So he's one of us. He is a true... He's American who went to Korea, who found a Canadian wife, who moved to Canada. And this would be just, this upset would be so crazy. And it's kind of nice, you know, a lot of, in all the days of ASL, we've never really seen... GG! And Light has been kicked out. He is gone, and Larva is into the round of 8. We'll be back again tomorrow, as always! So remember, guys, you guys are fucking awesome. Thank you for coming around, sticking around, hanging out, having some fun, and after everything, you're still you. That takes some power. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Started with this. I think for a test, it definitely worked. Dude, this reminds me of doing stop motion with Legos as a kid. I used to do this in high school all the time. And then Queen was like, why don't you do it? And I was like, you know what? Let's do it. And because of their affection. Quintus, Sulpicius, Ugramus, and Licinia Jernuria, his unfortunate parents. Again, like we were saying earlier, like the amount of the fascinating things that humans have done, and the fact that we're still in a place where we, like, as the general public, or at least how it's perceived, is like terrible, evil, and bad. But I still think that's a fabricated reality, and I think in general, people are better than worse. Style and like quality of the genre at this point is. And I think I can do better. No way. Mustard? There is mustard flavor? Really big inside. They're jousting, they knock the guy over, and then the guy goes over to, like, you know, be like, oh, are you okay? And then he goes, cuts his head off or something like that. And it's like an ultimate reveal for which characters they are. I wonder if you can look up how many exposures per action or something. Well, it's usually just a general feeling, right? And it's like, it depends on how much you're doing, because I'm using 5 frames. Like, what language is it? It's like YH or something like that? Or is it like YI? That's like sh or ch or something like that? It's like Y something. And there's another one that's like F something. English phonics is demonic. Oh, 100% Raymond. Machines came alive to hunt the living. Jax's heart pounded in his mind. This was no end, but a twisted evolution. He'd heard stories of souls lingering in the grid, digital ghosts haunting the streams. Harlan felt the noose. Investigations closed in, his embezzlement exposed, his perspective cracked, the world a trap of his making. Zeta, loyal but programmed, warned. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. You guys are fucking amazing. I fucking love you. Thank you so much for the support and everything. And we'll see you again tomorrow, because we're back every fucking day without exception, no matter what. I'm not that much of a bitch. I'm just kind of a bitch, okay? But hey, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Or the, like, where the machine is. But oh yeah, the corpse and wherever that science lab is, that's where the main character is supposed to be isekai too. I'ma improve my Yo, how's it going, everyone? We back at her again. How's it going today? It's another day. And we got big day. We finished the video. We got another one out. Jilbuma's adventure is over. So we'll see how this one goes. I think I did a pretty good mix between commentary and story. And sheared up and finished up the story. Basically the origin story of how the cycle works, so that, you know, kind of explains why everything goes through, you know, normal hell or normal nightmare in hell. And make it easier to, you know, create lores around it when you have that established medium that you can work off of from the beginning, right? And then you just slowly work your way out from there. So next we got to work on the Rain World video. So I still haven't touched that at all, because I've been freaking doing everything else. So that's next on the list now that we got this done with Jilbuma. Because now we gotta play since we're done both of the playthroughs, we need to start an Amazon Elemental Crossbow playthrough. Challenge run. That's gonna be the next one. But we haven't even started that character yet. And then we all know what's after that, right? Right? The ASL! Bring on the StarCraft! Ah, the good times. Yo, what's up? What? Not much. We just chilling. We got the Diablo video finished, you know. Gotta do some more brainstorming and stuff for further episodes. But other than that, other than the storyline, we have everything set up. And again, like, the most popular video was one that did not have story in it, so I don't know. We'll see if the analytics on those show, you know. But at least we got some interesting stuff, because now we're going into, like, the full-on tournament and everything, right? So it's like now we get a real low-level, you know, beginner style battle. I want to see what these kinds of, you know, this tournament turns into in the way of, like, how things go, who you're gonna wind up against, right? They're gonna be a future villain, a future friend, a future, you know, informant of some kind. You never know how the characters will play out, right? Yeah, we started with like 55 minutes or something like that, and just through like shaving off corners and stuff like that, right? We brought it down to 40 minutes. So it's a little bit shorter, but again, it's not even close to our goal, which is a 6 to 8 minute video. That would be our ideal range, is like 4 or 5 6 to 8 minute videos. And see if we can hook people to the channel with shorter videos. Because, like, there's two mentalities, right? Oh, this is only 6 minutes. I'm not going to waste my time on a 6-minute video. Or, oh, this is 30 minutes. I'm not going to waste my time on a 30-minute video, right? You're more likely to get more people that will say, oh, I'll take my chances on a 6-minute video just to see what it's like. Versus a 30-minute video of being like, well, I'm not even going to bother trying to sit through that, right? That's too much shit. Too much shit for our brain rot. Oh, this is Scott. I'ma not waste my time. Wait. What? That's a lie, meow. And hello, NK Spa. NK Spa. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? Yo, Nihongo hanashimasu ka? Ii desu ka? Ohayou gozaimasu. Hajimashite. But yeah, no, my goal, yo, what's up, troll? That's right, it's Saturday, man. Your freedom. It's freedom day. You don't need to wait it all out. Trying to watch porn, okay? Stream or what? GNG. True, you got a goon to the stream, bro? Shit, I'm late. Yeah, I'm off today. Thank God for weekends, right, Prol? Holy shit. I don't know, my middle name is wasting time, meow. I mean, I try to have my time, like, have value and meaning, but yeah, the goal is, you know, take as much time as you can. I'm writing Arthur's Fuck Everybody turning point right now, and it's so fun. Well, nice. Hell yeah, bro. Getting to those epic points in the book when you're like, this is the part that I've wanted to write the entire time. Let's go. I was also thinking of doing, after, you know, maybe a couple more Diablo runs, doing like a Elden Ring run or something like that, right? Like, another big thing that I can make a story out of, right? Like, just interesting gameplay to play around, right? Yeah. Mix a little bit of like actual Elden Ring with my own extra little sprinkles and stuff. We should do Elden Ring co-op sometime. Oh fuck yeah, I'm so down for that, Prol. I'm so down for that. That would be amazing. So I hope the Chicken Souls game, Project Windless, has some sort of multiplayer aspect like that. That would be so sick. Kind of like with like Wukong, where you have like the extra summons that you can have with like extra characters you can turn into. Turn those into like multiplayer, like pawns kind of idea. Oh man. Oh man, that would be so sick. Did they say the age of video games is over? They've always made shitty video games. Look at E.T. on the Atari, right? They've always made shitty video games. It doesn't mean they haven't, you know, always made great video games. It's just a spectrum. You can't get holed up on one or the other, right? It's just how it goes. But yeah, I'm excited to put my creativity to work, right? Because I think my main problem is, like, again, structure, because I like things to be like abstract and off the wall. So, like, getting everything together. I have a philosophical question, and I want you to think before you answer. Ah, shit, I have to think? I have to think? Fuck! Hold on, let me take a toke so I don't have to think. My brain will just do. Structure is so hard, because I try to do that single vision method. Yeah, even though it should slowly develop itself, like, emergent properties of the story, you know? They just, like, happen. It's like, well, I didn't plan for that, but the character said fucking otherwise, right? 3, 2, 1, toke. Who would win in a fight, Batman or Superman? Says a lot about you as a man, by the way. I think Batman would win, because Batman is the only person who's ever had, like, from the very beginning, the contingency plan, right? Batman is like... his job is to... Batman's like the original, like, anti-hero, right? He's the balance of the heroes because he doesn't have powers. He has to rely on other ways to defeat people, right? He has to be smart. He's not strong. But, and he's also rich, so it's like, of course he's had his hands in every single pocket and every kind of mineral, and of course he knows what fucking kryptonite and all that shit is, right? Hell, he probably designed his own kryptonite, just knowing the type of radiation that it gives off. And it's like, well, if he knows that it's radiation that fucks up Superman, well, you just build a radiation gun and Superman's fucked. So Superman's actually one of the easier ones to deal with. Yeah, it definitely comes down to, and the fact that, like, Superman is like, oh, I'm so high and mighty and, like, righteous and powerful that, like, I never have to, like, I'll always take the high road. Like, I'll never stoop to their level. Like, no matter what they do, they could never defeat me kind of idea. And it's like, that kind of arrogance is exactly why Batman would beat Superman. But yeah. That's my take. I think Batman, all depends on having time. Batman has time to prepare, Superman has cooked. But the problem is, Meow, Batman's been prepared since literally before Superman, like, existed. Like, it's canon that Batman has had and known about kryptonite, like, basically his entire life through his, like, R&D companies, right? So it's like, technically, already has the ability to defeat Superman before he even knows who Superman is. Like, that's how, like, ahead of the curve Batman always is. And that's, like, his superpower. I think that's new 52 stuff, but yeah. But I mean, you just think about it logically, right? Like, technically, like, shards of Krypton have been on Earth for, like, 70 years. 80 years. Something like that, right? I have a bookshelf next to my actual bookshelf. It's just Batman books, lol, and comics with him in it. Nice. Hell yeah, that's sick. I don't have anything like that because I was never really that big into comics when I was a kid. I was into space. That was my shit, man. Anything to do with space? Fuck yeah. That was my jam. I didn't get too far into anything else until, like, high school. Because it was, like, high fantasy with, like, animals and stuff. Like Silverwing, Redwall, Juna, I'm sure there's a couple of other ones of, like, you know, stories of, like, literal animals, right? Like, not quite kid stories, but, like, young adult, right? That shit was good. That was good inspiration, for sure. And then, like, finding manga and anime and shit like that. I don't know shit about anything else, but if you need Batman recommendations, I'll hook you up for real. True. Let's go. Yeah, it's weird. I was into high fantasy when I was younger. I just had a crazy imagination, so I just didn't like things that were, like, standard or normal. Like I said, it's like, why do I care about reading about stuff that I can do in real life? I'd rather read about things that I can't do in real life, right? Or things that don't exist in real life. I only got into after Game of Thrones. I think it's definitely a generational shift of interest in the genre, like gooning to Pokemon. For real. Yeah, I think, and like, look at, like, Brandon Sanderson, too, right? And you look at, like, The Wheel of Time, The Sword of Truth, Aragon, it's another, like, good series. No, oh, Narnia's a good series. Narnia's a good series. 26? I think the biggest turn for, like, high fantasy and, like, escapism is simply the fact that people are, just fed up with the way the world is, right? It's like, before it was, like, escapism for entertainment, now it's, like, escapism for survival, right? Like, if you don't have this 20 minutes a day of escapism, like, you're gonna fucking kill yourself, because fuck this life, right? Yeah, but those don't seem popular with Gen Z, I mean. I only know millennials into those, and it sucks. Yeah. Gen Z, Gen Alpha is like... I guess I'd want to say more like Percy Jackson type stuff. Every winter my age talks about Warhammer anime, doesn't give a shit about that stuff. Oh, every writer my age. I mean, I guess there is a spectrum, right? That is a big one, is like Warhammer and anime. More video game attuned than anything else, because, yeah, my books suck, because you just escape into a more corrupt, more empty world. But for some people, that is what they're looking for, right? And sometimes the niche audience, you know, is good because it's not, it's not an oversaturated market, right? So that's why it's like, for like the Final Fantasy book, like mainly like to just go off the scope, right? Like the fact that the only human character is the main character and everyone else is an animal is like an entirely like, you know, an entire shift of an imagination, right? Where it's like you're playing on a whole different level. And that's not something that's like, oh, this could be adapted into like a live action thing. Like, no, you literally wouldn't be able to do this in live action because of what the characters look like, the species look like, right? So Cloud can crack some furries. I guess so, Meow, I guess so. I've joined 5 writing voice chats on Discord, and of like 20 people I've met this week, maybe 2 were actually writing a book. What were the other ones doing, Frol? Pretending to write a book, or just writing other things, like comics, or video games, or everyone else is working on RPGs. So they're like developers. 3, 2, 1, toke. I know it's not like literature is dead or something, it's just fucking depressing. Yeah, I could see that, Pro. That everyone who's in, like, considers themselves a writer isn't writing a book. That's quite a lot of exposition. Wanna skip? 86? I guess so, yeah. If it's not action, and we're already in the tournament. When philosophy meets reality. Sins arrives to the finals. Wait, so there's only 2 fights? So he kills some weak-ass little bitch and then he's automatically in the finals? Relic? No, I don't think Relic is here. What goes after? And then it's you. So it's Meow, What, Pro. That just seems a little fast for 10,000 participants. You know, maybe like the scaling of it, right? Like maybe that's a little out of pace. Thank God. No, it's mentioned he fought some more. But I mean, like, the actual battles, like, making it, like, escalating. Yeah, I know, you don't need him to derail you, Pro, but, you know, by the time your turn comes around, you know, there's a significantly higher chance that he will be here. But he fought some other... Oh, you only wrote 2 combats. I see. Because, you know, normally it'd be like you'd show the escalation of it, right? Well, either way, it doesn't matter. I don't understand this. This seemed like such a short chapter, and it's telling me it's 6,000 fucking words? How the fuck is it 6,000 words, bro? What? seemed like super short. That's weird. Is what it is. We'll see how far we get in it. This is 6K. It looked like it was only like 2K words. I know, but like as I'm scrolling through it, I'm like, you know, normally like scrolling through it for like 2 minutes or something. I know not to go before him now. I'll have to wait till payday to bribe you. I mean, if you have to wait till payday, bro, then maybe you shouldn't. Just saying, you know? That makes me feel bad. If you're waiting on a paycheck to donate. 6K, that's such a not my size chapter. Mr. 12 to 24K. Again, connection line would be proud if he ever came back. My chapter's on 15K words and an epilogue. Yup. So it's all about. It's the big stuff right there. Get her done. Let's go. Nah, I don't care. I'm gonna pay you. I mean, that's your prerogative, Pro. I just, you know, thank you. I appreciate it. It's great. Just wait for chapter 95. Be quiet, little jester in my screen. Dance, monkey, dance. Ooh, 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 ah, ah, ooh, 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 ah, ah, ooh, 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 ah, ah, ooh, 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 ah. Right? Right? Bro activated African mode. Oh, I gotta play this clip because of that, bro. I gotta play this clip because of that.
Young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things. And I want the world open up to all of them, because when you have their diverse voices innovating solutions through technology, then you're really addressing society's broader challenges. Young black kids growing up in the Bronx
don't even know what the word computer is. And then we have the President of the United States. Guys, then this is the President of the fucking United States.
This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer.
Everything's computer! The fuck do you mean everything's computer? Not only is that not fucking grammar, that's not how computers fucking work. You're the goddamn president? Fuck, man. No wonder we're so fucked. Wait till we get someone who knows what the fuck technology is in the goddamn White House. Shit, man, it's gonna be scary. It's gonna be scary. I don't know what to say, man. Just walla 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 walla, yeah. Treating life like a video game, playing it out like I'm in GTA. So what do you guys think the world would look like if Hunter Biden became president? What if Hunter Biden runs in 2028 and he wins because he runs off of like basically giving free crack to everyone? He's like, yeah, if I become president, I'll just give everyone free crack. That'll be like the new like welfare system. Will just be everyone just gets free crack. Babies, free crack. Toddlers, free crack. Kids, free crack. Teens, free crack. Adults, free crack. The whole United States will be way better once we all have free crack. Yeah. Vote for Hunter Biden 2028. Let's go! Woo! Alright, I'm gonna do some crack. See you guys in a bit. 3, 2, 1, toke! Oh, gee. Alright. Alright. Toke! What do you mean, Toke? I can't have another Toke, I'll die! Oh. Ah. Oh. No! Oh, I'm scared! Oh. Fuck! I resign! I resign! Alright, here we go. When philosophy meets reality. The championship bracket announcement had transformed Wyndham Stadium from a venue hosting simultaneous preliminary matches to a singular focal point where the region's attention would concentrate for the next week. 256 competitors remained for the original field of over 10,000, each one having demonstrated sufficient skill, endurance, or tactical acumen to advance past the brutal preliminary and elimination rounds. The championship structure was elegantly brutal in its simplicity. Single elimination matches, no second chances, with brackets determined by a combination of preliminary performance metrics and randomized seeding designed to prevent predictable matchups in early rounds. Sin stood in the competitor's staging area, a vast underground chamber that connected to multiple arena entry tunnels through a network of corridors that seemed designed to disorient rather than efficiently guide. His communication tablet displayed his bracket assignment with clinical precision. Championship bracket round 1, match 1, competitor Sin's beacon order, Chukyu rank versus competitor Leon, Galar League champion. Arena main stadium, schedule time 2:30 p.m. Estimated audience 35,000 plus spectators. Name stopped him cold when he first read it 12 hours earlier. Leon. Hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. I think the coughing baby wins. Like, it's like greater force than like 10 hurricanes. Right? That's a lot of force. Concentrated, right? Name had stopped him cold when he'd first read it 12 hours. Leon is the one who faced Ash in the anime before he won the championship. Ah. Interesting. Cool. The Galar League champion. The undefeated trainer whose competitive record was literally taught in Beacon Order tactical analysis courses as an example of sustained excellence over extended careers. A trainer whose Charizard partner was so famous that merchandise featuring its image generated millions of annual revenue. A competitor whose strategic sophistication had been analyzed by professional battle competitors for over a decade. And Sin's, a 16-year-old Cinderace who had been with the Beacon Order for exactly 4 months, was scheduled to face him in front of 35,000 people in the tournament's main stadium rather than one of the small satellite venues. The staging area buzzed with the controlled chaos of competitors preparing for their matches. trainers reviewing final tactical notes with their teams, individual Pokemon fighters going through warm-up routines, medical staff conducting pre-match physical assessments. Akane had accompanied him despite not competing herself, her Shokyu rank preventing tournament participation, but not restricting her from attending as support personnel. "You look like you're about to face a firing squad rather than a competitive battle," Akane observed, settling onto the bench beside him with her tablet displaying what appeared to be extensive research notes. "Statistical analysis?" Sins replied, his voice carried the flat effect that had become his default when processing overwhelming information. Leon's competitive record over the past decade: 347 official matches, 347 victories, 0 recorded losses, and sanctioned competition. His team composition varies strategically based on opponent analysis, but his core partnership with Charizard has remained constant throughout his entire career. "I compiled the same data," Kane said, turning her tablet to show him several documents worth of tactical breakdowns. His battle style emphasizes adaptability, type coverage, and what commentators call momentum management, where he structures his team's attacks to maintain constant pressure while minimizing his own Pokemon's exposure to counterattacks. He's also known for his ability to read opponents' strategies and adjust his approach mid-battle. Helpful, Sin said, though his tone suggested he found this information about as comforting as learning the exact technical specifications of the boulder that was about to crush him. "There's more," Kane continued, scrolling through her notes. "Leon's public persona is built around being an approachable champion, someone who emphasizes the partnership aspects of trainer Pokemon, relationships rather than a hierarchical command structure. He does extensive charity work, mentors young trainers, and has been vocal about Pokemon welfare initiatives. Cultural narrative around him is very much, this is what the ideal trainer looks like." Which means, Sin says slowly, working through the implications, that he represents everything I've been questioning about trainer Pokemon relationships. The perfect example of the system functioning as it's supposed to, demonstrating that exploitation can look like partnership if the trainer is charismatic enough and the Pokemon are conditioned effectively enough. Kane's expression shifted to concern. "Sims, I know you've been working through some difficult philosophical questions. Maybe right before facing the undefeated Galar champion isn't the best time to have an existential crisis about the fundamental nature of Pokemon trainer relationships." "When would be a better time?" Sims asked, and his question wasn't entirely rhetorical. Before Kane could formulate a response, the staging area's announcement system activated with synthetic cheerfulness. "Match 1 competitors, please proceed to main stadium entrance tunnel 7. Your match will commence in 15 minutes. Medical clearance personnel will conduct final assessments at the tunnel entrance." Small clarification from the previous chapter. They were discussing about the relationship between trainers and Pokemon. Sin thinks this is servitude. Will Akane thinks, as everyone else, partnership. Oh, so Sins is like one of those guys who's like, "Fuck trainers, they're only assholes. They don't know, there's no such thing as a bond between Pokemon and trainer. They just use us." Sins, is his mom married? Isn't his grandparent married to like a human? Not that much, but thinks that most people see them as tools. Yeah, because I'm like, he has to have at least some idea, because like, he's in a family that has a human in it, right? Yeah, but he refers to trainers. Yeah. No one in this family is a trainer. I guess that's different. God damn. Sucked too much cock today, guys. It was my reward for finishing that video. Sin stood, his movements carrying the mechanical precision someone operating an autopilot rather than conscious decision-making. Kane walked with him toward the designated tunnel, neither speaking as they navigated through the controlled chaos of the staging area. The tunnel entrance opened into a corridor that seemed designed specifically to build anticipation and anxiety in equal measure. The walls were lined with photographs of previous championship winners, their triumphant expressions frozen in permanent celebration of victories that had probably seemed momentous at the time, but were now just historical data points. The lighting gradually brightened as they approached the stadium itself, and the ambient sound shifted from the staging area's chaotic buzz to the distant roar of an ominous crowd. "You'll do fine," Kane said at the temple's midpoint, stopping at the barrier that prevented non-competitors from advancing further. "Remember everything we practiced. Remember that tournament battles have different tactical parameters than real combat. Remember that I'm about to fight someone who has literally never lost a sanctioned match in his entire professional career." Sins interrupted, though his voice lacked heat. "Try to keep that in mind." "It's not what I was going to say," Kane protested, but Sins had already resumed walking toward the tunnel exit and the stadium beyond. The transition from tunnel to arena was overwhelming in a way that no amount of mental preparation could have adequately addressed. The crowd's roar hit like a physical force. 35,000 voices, creating a wall of sound that seemed to vibrate in his chest. The stadium itself was enormous, far larger than the satellite venues where he'd competed during preliminary rounds. Seating rising in steep piers that made the upper sections look impossibly distant. Competition floor was regulation size but felt small beneath the weight of so much attention. A carefully maintained surface designed to handle the impacts of high-level Pokemon combat without degrading mid-match. Energy barriers surrounded the floor's perimeter, sophisticated force fields that would contain even powerful attacks while remaining invisible to spectators. Sin's gaze traveled upward, involuntary, drawn to the VIP section that occupied the stadium's premier viewing location. He could see figures moving behind the tinted windows, wealthy individuals and regional celebrities who had paid premium prices for private suites with climate control and premium catering. Movement in one particular suite caught his attention, a flash of pale blue fur that his brain registered for before conscious thought could intervene. The breeze. The Glaceon performer was visible through the suite's window, her distinctive appearance unmistakable even at this distance. She was engaged in animated conversation with a young man who Sin's memory supplied was Mindra, her trainer and manager, someone who had apparently transformed from small-town hopeful into international celebrity handler over the course of her partnership. The sight triggered that familiar discomfort, the cognitive dissonance between his developed critique of trainer Pokemon relationships and his ongoing admiration for Breeze as a performer, and as someone who had achieved exactly the kind of recognition he's always assumed he wanted. She looked happy, genuinely engaged in conversation with her trainer, displaying none of the subtle signs of discomfort or resentment Sins had been learning to recognize in tournament Pokemon who were following commands they clearly found objectable. Which proved what, exactly? That some trainers were good enough at conditioning that their Pokemon genuinely believed they were happy? Or that his entire critical framework was flawed and some partnerships actually were as mutually beneficial as cultural narratives suggested? Ladies and gentlemen, so Sins is racist? I mean, what? The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium with practiced enthusiasm, drawing Sin's attention back to his immediate situation. I.e., once humans are in a place of power, there's no, middle ground, right? It's like, you can't be on even ground with humans. They always have to be in power. Welcome to our first championship bracket match of the afternoon. In the red corner, representing the Beacon Order and competing as the independent fighter, please welcome Sins. The crowd's response was polite, but not particularly enthusiastic. Sins was nobody, a competitor who would advance through preliminary rounds without generating any particular attention or memorable performances. The announcement of his Beacon Order affiliation generated some interested, murmuring energy users, apparently being novel enough to warrant curiosity, but nothing approaching genuine excitement. And in the blue corner, the announcer continued, his voice rising with obvious theatrical pleasure, the undefeated Galar League champion, winner of 347 consecutive sanctioned matches, accompanied by his legendary partner Charizard. Please welcome Leon! The crowd's reaction was immediate and overwhelming. The roar that had seemed loud when Sins entered the arena doubled in intensity. 35,000 people expressing their collective enthusiasm for a competitor who had apparently achieved genuine celebrity status through sustained competitive excellence. Leon emerged from the opposite tunnel with the kind of casual confidence that suggested he'd done this hundreds of times before, and found the attention pleasant but not particularly remarkable. He was tall for a human, perhaps in his mid-20s, with distinctive purple hair and an outfit that managed to combine battle functionality with enough stylistic flair to maintain his brand image. His expression carried genuine warmth, a smile of someone who actually enjoyed these public performances rather than just tolerating them as necessary career elements. But it was his Charizard that truly captured attention. The fire type walked beside his trainer rather than being stored in a Pokeball, and his presence commanded the space in ways that transcended mere physical size. He was large enough for a Charizard, probably standing close to 2 meters tall, with scales that gleamed like polished obsidian in the stadium lighting. His wings were folded against his back with casual precision, and his eyes scanned the arena with the kind of alert intelligence that suggested he was already conducting tactical assessment despite the match not having officially begun. Check Discord, that's Leon. Nice. Yeah, I can get behind that. It's pretty badass. Sounds about right. Leon raised his hand to acknowledge the crowd's enthusiasm, and the gesture seemed genuinely appreciative rather than performative. He made a full circuit of his section of the arena, making eye contact with various audience members, waving to children in the front rows who were holding merchandise featuring his image. The entire performance was masterfully executed, maintaining his accessible champion persona while also building anticipation for the upcoming match. The referee, a severe-looking woman whose uniform indicated senior tournament official status, positioned herself at the arena's center with a microphone and the kind of expression that suggested she'd handled thousands of these matches and found them all equally tedious. "Competitors, approach for pre-match protocols," she commanded, her voice carrying easily across the arena despite not matching the announcer's theatrical volume. Sins walked forward, hyper-aware of how exposed he felt in the center of this enormous space with tens of thousands of eyes focused on his every movement. Leon approached from the opposite direction, his Charizard maintaining position slightly behind and to his trainer's right, a formation that probably had strategic significance Sins couldn't immediately parse. Up close, Leon's charisma was even more pronounced. His smile was genuine, reaching his eyes in a way that suggested he actually was as friendly as his public image portrayed. When he extended his hand towards Sins in the traditional pre-match gesture of respect, the movement carried no condescension or performance, just straightforward sportsmanship. "It's an honor to face a Beacon Order member," Leon said, his voice pitched to carry only between them rather than projecting to the crowd. "I've heard energy users are amazing when fighting alone. Show me what you're made of." Sins took the offered hand, noting Leon's firm grip and the calluses that suggested genuine physical training rather than just commanding from safe distances. "You've never lost a match," Sins said, and couldn't quite keep the skepticism from his voice. "Not once in your entire career. That's improbable, even for someone with exceptional skill." "I've been fortunate." Leon replied with apparent humility. Those expressions suggested he recognized Sin's statement as challenge rather than compliment. Great partners, excellent coaching, and opponents who pushed me to improve consistently. Competition makes us all better. Your partners, Sin said, with something in his voice made Leon's expression shift slightly. Warmth replaced by careful attention. They fought 347 matches at your command. How many times have they been injured? How many times have you pushed them past their limits? Because you needed to maintain your perfect record. The referee's eyes narrowed, clearly recognizing this conversation was departing from standard pre-match protocols. Leon's smile didn't fade, but something harder entered his expression. Kind of steel that probably existed beneath his friendly public persona, but was rarely displayed.
Scotty Doo, Scotty Doo. How are you? How about you do, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty Doo. Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is Scotty Doo. Le chocolat.
Whoa.
Scotty n'est pas. Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so what...
Bro, I just love how you're like, fuck, man, I hate it when Relic interrupts all of my shit and ruins my shit, and then you just do fucking redeems during people's turns. That shit is fucking prime, bro. Fuck yeah. Gotta get rid of those points somehow, right? Fuck. Oh my god. My partners fight because they choose to, Leon said, his voice maintaining its pleasant tone while his words carried absolute certainty. Because we've built trust through years of training together, supporting each other, growing stronger as a team. I've never commanded any of them to fight when they were truly unable or unwilling. Choice, Sins repeated as the word tasted bitter. They chose to follow your commands to risk injury for your competitive ambitions, to subordinate their own safety to your goals. That's the choice you're offering them. That's enough, the referee interjected, her voice sharp. Pre-match dialogue is for acknowledging respect between competitors, not conducting debates. Save your questions for after the match. Leon released Sin's hand, but maintained eye contact, and something in his gaze suggested genuine interest rather than dismissal. You're questioning the fundamental nature of our partnerships, he said, speaking quickly before the referee could interrupt again. That's fair. Those are important questions. Maybe watch how we actually fight together before assuming you understand our relationship's nature. Commands can look like orders from outside, but feel like coordination from inside. And it's always that thing, you don't know someone until you fight them. When you fight them, oh boy, do you know them. Competitors, return to your positions, the referee commanded, her patience clearly exhausted. Match will commence in 30 seconds. Sins walked back to his designated starting area, his mind churning with the brief exchange's implications. Leon had engaged with his questions seriously rather than dismissing them as irrelevant distractions, but his responses had been frustratingly reasonable. The confidence in his voice when describing his partnerships hadn't carried the defensive quality Sins had heard from other trainers. No sense that he was rationalizing exploitation through appeals to cultural norms. He'd sounded like someone who genuinely believed in the relationships he'd built, which meant either Leon was exceptionally skilled at self-deception or Sin's idea was missing something important about how these relationships could actually function. Leon took his position at the arena's opposite end, and Sin noticed him conducting what appeared to be a brief conversation with Charizard. The fire type nodded in response to whatever he had said, his body language suggesting agreement rather than mere acknowledgement of commands. The interaction lasted probably 3 seconds, but it conveyed an ease of communication that Sins hadn't observed in his previous tournament matches. This championship bracket match, the referee announced, her voice now amplified to reach the entire stadium, will follow standard tournament protocols with modifications for energy user participants. Match continues until one competitor achieves victory through opponent incapacitation, surrender, or referee judgment of combat inability. Lethal force is prohibited. Energy user disruption attacks are prohibited but will be monitored for excessive danger. Are permitted but will be monitored for excessive danger. The match will consist of single combat with Leon permitted to deploy his full 6-member team. Clarification triggered. murmuring in the crowd. Single combat rules meant Sins would be facing all 6 of Leon's Pokemon sequentially, but Leon could substitute team members strategically to maintain type advantages and manage his team's energy reserves. It was a format designed to balance the disadvantage of fighting alone against a coordinated team, but it also meant Sins would need to defeat 6 opponents, with Leon's strategic depth remained available throughout the match. Competitors ready? The referee looked between them, receiving nods from both. Match begins in 3, 2, 1, begin! Leon's first move wasn't commanding an attack. Instead, he addressed Charizard directly, his voice carrying across the arena with theatrical projection that suggested he was deliberately making his communication audible to the crowd. Let's go, buddy! Champion time! Act on your own for now. Charizard responded with a low rumble that might have been agreement, then launched himself into the air with powerful wing beats that created strong gusts strong enough to ruffle Sin's fur even at a distance. The fire type established an aerial position perhaps 20 meters above the arena floor, high enough to make him difficult to reach and low enough that he could descend quickly if needed. Sins felt his earlier philosophical turmoil crystallizing into tactical focus, whatever questions he had about the nature of this partnership. The immediate reality was that he needed to actually fight rather than continuing to process ethical paradoxes. He activated his energy reinforcement, feeling the familiar surge as his body's capabilities enhanced beyond natural limitations, and launched a Pyro Ball toward the airborne Charizard. The attack was fast, faster than most conventional Pokemon techniques, but Charizard dodged with casual ease that suggested he anticipated the strike before it was fully formed. Fire-type's aerial mobility was impressive, wings adjusting his position with minimal apparent effort, creating the kind of three-dimensional combat advantage that ground-based fighters struggled to counter. Flamethrower! Sweeping pattern! Leon called, and Charizard responded immediately with a gout of flame that tracked across the arena floor in a broad arc designed to limit Sin's movement options rather than land a direct hit. Sins used Quick Attack to clear the flame's path, his enhanced speed carrying him outside the attack's effective range before the fire could connect. The disruption principle made energy user combat so dangerous. The disruption principle that made energy user combat so dangerous was irrelevant if attacks never actually landed, and Charizard's aerial advantage meant most of Sin's direct strikes would be ineffective unless he could force the fire type to descend or developed some way to reach him at altitude. The crowd's roar intensified as the match's opening exchange demonstrated. Fuck! I was hoping to get to the end of the sentence. Demonstrated your mom! Pop, ads! Let's get some ads going with the ads. When we have ads, we go with ads. So don't worry about my ads. I'll bring you some ads when we do ads with you. Don't you worry about me hitting up with my ads. That's what I do with my ads. Oh yeah. Ads. We be up in what we have with the ad bands. Oh, it's a mad rad with the ad bands. I'll put up your mad rad with a fad ad. Let's get on with the tad rad. It's on what we do for ads. Tactical complexity both competitors could bring to bear. This wasn't the straightforward brawling of preliminary matches or the type advantage exploitation of traditional trainer battles. It was the two sophisticated combat approaches attempting to identify and exploit each other's weaknesses while protecting their own. Dragon Claw, Diving Strike. Leon commanded, and Charizard tucked his wings to drop towards Sins with frightening speed. Draconic energy coating his claws in visible purple flames. I got it wrong. It was Neil Armstrong who landed on the moon first, and only Elvis works. Everyone else is too old. Fuck, Sean. Well, we can figure something out. There's got to be more actors at like the 40, like, you know, around like the 50s and 60s, let's say, right? So they're like young in the 70s. Like 30-ish. What about like Kurt Cobain? Or is he too young? What about Steven Seagal? I don't know. Yeah, that's a hard one, Sean. Sins waited until the last possible moment, reading Charizard's trajectory and committing to a dodge that required absolute precision timing. The Dragon Claw passed close enough that he felt the energy's displaced air pressure. Then he counterattacked with a fire punch aimed at Charizard's momentarily vulnerable flank. The disruption effect worked exactly as instructor Shimizu had taught. His energy-infused strike didn't just deliver physical impact, it temporarily compromised Charizard's natural defense and reinforcement. Fire-type's pained roar confirmed the attack had landed with more effect than its apparent power suggested, and he gained altitude quickly to reassess the situation. Interesting, Leon said, as his tone carried genuine analytical interest rather than performative commentary. Energy attacks create different damage patterns than conventional moves. Charizard, maintain distance advantage and use range pressure. Don't commit to close combat until we understand his disruption abilities better. Strategic adjustment was immediate and obvious. Charizard repositioned to even higher altitude, then began launching air slash attacks that created razor-sharp wind projectiles designed to force Sins into consistent defensive movement. The barrage wasn't intended to achieve knockout damage, just to control space and gather information about Sin's defensive capabilities. Sin found himself constantly moving, dodging attacks that he couldn't effectively counter, while Charizard remained safely at altitude. Tactical problem was clear. He needed to force close combat, whereas disruption attacks could be effective, but Charizard's aerial mobility made that nearly impossible, unless Sins developed some way to reach him, or Leon commanded a descent. I know nothing about him. Besides, do we really need more than one celeb to make it work? Elvis is an accidental bard being drafted by the army after an incident where he and the developed group literally drop into a dungeon that opens under them like a sinkhole. While they try to protect him, he sings a Christian hymn, I've Seen the Glory, as a form of prayer for safety and victory. It triggers a buff, allowing victory over monsters that spawn around them. Oh, interesting. And they just use him as the main character. Makes sense. Leon called across the arena, apparently comfortable conducting conversation even mid-battle. Faster than most Pokemon with your experience. That's great, show me more. Sins didn't respond, partly because conversation seemed like wasted energy, and partly because he was still processing Leon's complete absence of defensive condescension he'd expected. Champion was treating him as a legitimate opponent worthy of tactical respect, not as some novice who had gotten lucky in preliminary rounds. Charizard, let's test his endurance. Sustained pressure. The air slash barrage intensified, forcing Sins to utilize quick attack repeatedly just to maintain evasion. Each dodge consumed energy, not dramatically, but cumulatively, and Leon was clearly attempting to identify how long Sins could maintain his defensive pace before fatigue became a limiting factor. The crowd's enthusiasm never diminished. Thousands of voices, creating constant background noise that somehow made the stadium feel simultaneously more and less real. Sins caught glimpses of spectators recording the match on their devices, others consulting tournament brackets to see who might advance, children waving signs supporting Leon with a kind of uncomplicated enthusiasm that suggested they'd grown up idolizing this particular champion. Movement in the VIP section caught his attention during a brief moment when Charizard was repositioning. Freeze moved closer to her suite's window, apparently interested in this particular match. Even in its distance, Sins could see her distinctive features, the elegant form of millions of Instamon followers found captivating, the confident bearing of someone who achieved genuine celebrity status through the talent and dedication. She was watching him fight. Freeze, the performer he'd admired for months, was observing his combat performance against the undefeated Galar champion. Realization created a complex emotional cocktail of excitement, anxiety, and that persistent discomfort about what her partnership with Mindra actually represented beneath its successful exterior. Focus, Sins muttered to himself, forcing his attention back to the immediate problem of Charizard's sustained aerial assault. An opening finally presented itself when Charizard's wing position shifted slightly, creating what Sins' combat instincts recognized as a brief vulnerability window. He launched another Pyro Ball, not aiming for where Charizard currently was, but where the fire type would be if he continued his current movement pattern. The prediction paid off. Charizard attempted to dodge, but the Pyro Blast's tracking capability made complete evasion impossible at that distance. Fire-type attack connected with his wing membrane, and while the effective damage against the Dragon type should have been significant, Charizard's own Fire-type nature negated most of the attack's potential impact. Good prediction, Leon acknowledged, and his tone carried approval that felt bizarrely inappropriate given they were literally fighting each other. Charizard, decent pattern, close combat, descent pattern, close combat, but maintain awareness of disruption attacks. Charizard dropped toward the arena floor with controlled aggression, no longer maintaining safe distance, but committing to direct engagement. His claws glowed with Dragon Claw energy again, but at this time his approach was more measured, less diving strike and more advanced pressure that forced Sins to respond rather than just evade. The close combat exchange that followed was brutal and revelatory in equal measure. Charizard's combat experience was immediately apparent in how he moved, how he positioned his body to protect vulnerable areas while maintaining offensive pressure, how he baited responses and then exploited the openings those responses created. Every strike Sins landed seemed to be partially anticipated, damage mitigated through positioning or defensive techniques that made his disruption attacks less effective than they should have been. But more disturbing than Charizard's individual skill was how he and Leon functioned together. The trainer's commands weren't orders in any traditional sense. They were tactical suggestions delivered with the assumption that Charizard would interpret them through his own combat judgment. Flanking pressure didn't mean specific movements. Zoink! Hey, how's it going, man? How's it been? What you up to? What you at, my man? What's life been for you, bro? Welcome, welcome. Didn't mean specific movements. It meant Charizard would utilize flanking strategies appropriate to the current situation. Defensive reset triggered a withdrawal that Charizard executed through his own assessment of what and how to disengage safely. It looked like partnership, not the hierarchical command relationship Sins had been criticizing, but something approaching actual collaboration between beings with different but complementary capabilities. Where is Smokey? I don't know. He's so far ahead that it's like he's been sleeping earlier, so he's asleep right now. He's usually only on if I'm like hitting the 7-hour mark, 8-hour mark of the stream. But we haven't been streaming as long lately, so yeah, sadly no Smokey, right? It's just, you know, it is what it is, right? Leon provided strategic direction from his external perspective, while Charizard made tactical decisions through his direct combat experience, neither fully dominant, but both contributing essential elements to their joint effectiveness. Fire Punch connected solidly with Charizard's torso, the disruption effect clearly impacting his energy system in ways that visible discomfort confirmed, but instead of continuing the exchange and risking accumulated disruption damage, Leon called for a substitution. Charizard, return, excellent work, buddy. Aegislash, you're up, defensive stance. Assess energy attack patterns. It's almost as bad as no toe. It's true, Sean. The stream is boring without trolls. Pokemon Recall was executed smoothly, Charizard disappearing in a flash of red light with no visible protest or reluctance. Substitution consumed perhaps 2 seconds, then Aegislash materialized in shield form. Its distinctive body positioned immediately establishing the kind of defensive posture that suggests Leon had recognized Sin's disruption attacks as a primary threat. Steel-type's appearance generated enthusiastic responses from portions of the crowd who apparently had specific appreciation for Leon's team composition. Aegislash was famous not just for its combat capability, but for the tactical flexibility its stance-changing ability provided, alternating between offensive and defensive configurations based on strategic need. Type advance, Sin observed, recognizing that his fire-type attacks would be significantly more effective against a steel opponent. Aegislash's defensive capabilities in shield form would make even his disruption and enhanced strikes difficult to land meaningful. Leon, reading my team, huh? That's good. Leon replied, apparently comfortable continuing their conversation despite the competitive tech context. Type advantages matter, but they're not everything. Aegislash's defensive specialization should help us understand your attack patterns better. Sacred Sword. When opportunities present, but priority on avoiding damage rather than dealing it. Aegislash's response was a metallic chiming that might have been acknowledgement, but then it became what could only be described as defensive harassment. Steel type, maintain shield form, superior defensive capabilities, while using Sacred Sword strikes that were clearly probing attack rate rather than committing offensive efforts. Each strike was designed to force Sins to respond, to reveal movement patterns and defensive preferences, gathering tactical intelligence that Leon could utilize for subsequent team members. The approach was frustratingly effective. Sins found himself unable to land significant damage against Aegislash's superior defensive configuration, while each exchange provided Leon with additional information about his combat style. The substitution shifted the match's momentum from Sin's brief success against Charizard to a grinding tactical assessment and favored Leon's deeper strategic resources. "You're analyzing me," Sin said during a brief lull when both fighters were repositioning. "Sacrificing Aegislash's offensive potential to gather information you'll use with the other other team members. I'm learning." Leon corrected gently. "Same way you're learning about how we fight together. This is what competition does. Teaches us about ourselves and others. Aegislash is gathering data, yes, but also genuinely trying to find openings. If you leave one, he'll attack immediately. King's Shield, when needed," Leon added. Aegislash responded by transitioning to its even more defensive configuration, the ghostly energy that formed its shield intensifying to levels that would probably resist even repeated disruption. Enhanced attacks. The challenge was becoming clearer. Leon was using Aegislash as an information-gathering sacrifice, willing to eventually accept defeat for this team member in exchange for comprehensive understanding of Sin's capabilities that would inform strategy for his remaining 4 Pokemon. It was sophisticated resource management, treating each team member as a strategic asset whose value included both direct combat capability and the intelligence they could provide. Did you know that the voice actor Optimus Prime did the voice of the Predator? When he was a youth, he witnessed Horseshoe Crab upside down as it died. That sound stuck with him, and as soon as he saw the face, he impersonated that sound as the voice of the Predator. Damn! I did not know that. That's crazy. Like the clicking sounds? Yeah, and I could see that, like the crab legs. That's fucked up. I love that, Sean. That's great fucking film knowledge. And the gurgling. Damn, that's fucked up. Think that's the sound of a dying crab? Fuck. Sin's attempted several different attack approaches, trying to find some angle that could overwhelm Aegishield's defensive capabilities. Fire Punch wasn't effective. Quick Attack created positioning opportunities, but Aegislash's shield form made follow-up strikes ineffective. Even Pyro Ball, launched from various angles with different timing patterns, was consistently defended through some combination of King's Shield and strategic positioning. The crowd's energy had shifted from enthusiastic cheering to something more appreciative. Kind of response that came from watching sophisticated tactical chess rather than straightforward combat spectacle. It almost traumatized him, and then he almost traumatized a whole generation with that movie. true. These spectators understood they were observing high-level competitive thinking rather than just powerful attacks, and their reactions suggested genuine appreciation for the strategic complexity both fighters were demonstrating. Your disruption attacks are fascinating, Leo called during another repositioning moment. Not just the damage they deal, but how they create opportunities by compromising your opponent's energy system temporarily. Never fought an energy user before, so this is genuinely amazing. Aegislash, let's test something. Defensive stance, aggressive pressure, accept some disruption hits to see how they affect your capabilities. Aegislash's transformation to blade form was immediate, its shield splitting apart, its primary body extending into a more offensive configuration. Steel-type's next Sacred Sword strike carried significantly more power than its earlier probing attacks, forcing Sins to block rather than just evade. The exchange that followed was exactly what Leon described, Aegishield accepting several disruption enhanced strikes in exchange for landing its own offensive attacks, both fighters taking damage while Leon observed how disruption effects actually impacted his Pokemon's combat effectiveness. It was calculated information, gathering and treating Aegislash's well-being as an acceptable cost for the strategic knowledge, which should have reinforced Sin's criticism about trainers sacrificing their Pokemon's safety for the tactical advantages. Except Aegislash didn't appear to be fighting reluctantly or suffering in silence. The Steel type executed Leon's strategic framework with what looked like genuine engagement, transitioning between stances with precision that suggested it understood the reasoning behind the commands and agreed with the approach. The original script of the Predator is being fast, but the suit was so heavy that the guy couldn't see out of it to the point he had to memorize his route and just trust everybody was out of the way. Even with a cooling system, he couldn't last more than an hour or so before he had to remove the headpiece and cool off. Sounds about right, Sean? Couldn't imagine doing that in the fucking jungle. Aegislash's energy system was clearly compromised after accepting multiple disruption strikes, its movements becoming less precise at accumulated damage degraded its combat effectiveness. Since rushed with a combination of that utilized quick attack positioning, followed by Fire Punch, landed cleanly despite Aegishield's defensive attempts. Steel type fell, its energy reserves depleted past its ability to maintain consciousness. The arena's medical sensors registered the knockout immediately, triggering automated systems that would transport Aegishield to treatment facilities the moment Leon recalled it to his Pokeball. Excellent work, Aegishield, Leon said as he initiated the recall, his voice carrying genuine appreciation rather than disappointment at losing a team member. The information you gathered was invaluable. Rest up. Pokeball glowed briefly, then dimmed as Aegishield's consciousness registered its defeat. Leon selected his next Pokemon with deliberate consideration, apparently processing the information his fallen team member had provided and selecting the optimal counter strategy. Hexorus, you're up. Your strength should help, but your physical power can overcome the disruption effect through sheer damage, aggressive pressure. Don't let him establish distance. The dragon type had materialized was intimidating in ways that transcended mere size. Haxorus stood nearly 2 meters tall with axe-like tusks that gleamed with barely contained power. His body language radiated confident aggression, and the way he immediately locked eyes with Sin suggested genuine combat enthusiasm rather than reluctant obedience. The crowd's reaction intensified again, clearly recognizing this deployment as Leon shifted from information gathering to active attempt at achieving knockout. Haxorus was famous within his team composition for devastating physical power, and his dragon-type attacks would be effective against Sin's fire-type defensive structure. Leon was done playing defensively, now deploying his offensive specialists in a sequence designed to overwhelm Sin's capabilities through accumulated damage. You wanted to test yourself against a strong opponent, right? Leon replied. You're demonstrating that disruption attacks make close combat dangerous for my partners, so Haxorus will emphasize ranged dragon-type moves that create damage even if they don't land directly. Dragon Pulse. Haxorus' response was immediate and devastating. The Dragon Pulse attack wasn't aimed at Sin specifically, but rather saturated a broad area with draconic energy, creating a zone where simply existing dealt continuous effective damage. The technique was sophisticated energy manipulation that created persistent environmental hazards rather than relying on single target precision. Sins found himself forced into consistent movement, utilizing Quick Attack repeatedly to avoid the worst of the Dragon Pulse saturation while trying to find angles that would allow counterattacks, but Haxorus maintained the pressure relentlessly, each Dragon Pulse building on previous attacks to create an increasingly dangerous combat environment. You're corralling me, Sins observed, recognizing the tactical pattern even as he struggled to counter it, creating favorable conditions. Leon agreed, apparently still comfortable with conversational analysis mid-battle. Same way you've been trying to force close combat where your disruption advantage is most effective. We're both attempting to establish our preferred scenarios, Haxorus Dragonclaw, when he approaches. The prediction was accurate. Sin's attempt to close distance and land disruption strikes was intercepted by Haxorus' Dragonclaw, the effective attack, dealing significant damage even through his energy reinforcement. The disruption principle's usual advantage was reduced against Dragon-type attacks that already possessed inherent armor-penetrating qualities, making each exchange less favorable than his earlier success against Charizard and Aegislash. The match was beginning to take its toll. Sins could feel fatigue accumulating in ways that 4 months of Beacon Order training hadn't fully prepared him. His energy reserves were still substantial, but his constant defense movement and repeated activation of Quick Attack was creating the kind of systematic drain that would eventually compromise his capabilities, regardless of how much raw power remained available. "You're tiring," Leon observed, as his tone carried neither judgment nor satisfaction, just tactical analysis. Haxorus sustained pressure. He'll make a mistake eventually when fatigue affects his judgment. Prediction was frustratingly accurate and self-fulfilling. Since next dodge was frantically slower in earlier iterations, just enough that Haxorus' follow-up Dragon Pulse caught him more directly than previous attacks. The damage hammered through his energy reinforcement, dealing the damage of systematic harm that couldn't be easily recovered from mid-match. Desperate gamble, Since activated Endure, accepting Haxorus' next Dragon Claw directly while maintaining consciousness through defensive technique his grandmother had drilled into him during their training sessions. The impact was devastating, his energy system registering the attack as critically dangerous, but Endure prevented it from achieving knockout. The counterattack came immediately while Haxorus was committed to his strike. Fire Punch, enhanced with every bit of remaining energy Sins could channel, landing squarely on the Dragon-type's midsection. The disruption effect created exactly the kind of overwhelming strike Sins had been attempting throughout the match. Haxorus fell, his energy reserves depleted past consciousness by the combination of accumulated disruption damage and the final devastating strike. The crowd burst out with cheers, but Haxorus was unable to keep battling. However, Sins wasn't in a good condition either. His breathing was shallow, quick, and he had one knee on the floor. Haxorus was unable to keep battling. Leon grinned faintly and went for his Pokeball. The object opened with a shimmering blue light and recalled Haxorus with precision. "Great job, Haxorus, we're almost done!" Leon's smile vanished as Sins tried to stand up again, his legs shaking with effort. His body had multiple bruises and cuts, but he didn't want to surrender. His objective was crystal clear. Leon took a shaky breath and then adopted a gentler tone. "Hey, Sins, don't try. You're gonna end up with a prolonged damage." Sins managed to stand up straight despite being clearly in a bad condition. His eyes focused completely on the pristine form of Leon. His maw opened once, twice, no sound. He finally managed to say something. "I can't give up. Not after everything I said. I must win." Leon shook his head and countered with soft words. "Proving your point through battling isn't the way. I understand your view, trust me, but I can't simply let you continue in that state. Combats are meant to be for getting stronger, not to beat the rival to prove your perspective." Sins looked down at his body. It was at the edge of its limits. Then he looked up at Leon with shimmering eyes. Vulnerability he wasn't expecting to reveal before 35,000 spectators. "I am," his voice broke and continued. "I'm confused. I don't know what is right or wrong at this point." Leon nodded twice and signaled that the referee had ended the combat already, then got focused on Sins. "Let's head inside so we can discuss." Sins' tears finally spilled down as he lowered his head, his voice broken after being defeated. I surrender." The referee raised her hand on Leon's side, and the crowd seemed to hold their breath for a second. "Competitor Sins unable to keep battling. Leon is the winner of the first combat." crowds. The crows. Is that supposed to say crowds? Crowds exploded with cheers and screams of fascination for the battle. Slowly, Sins and Leon exchanged looks before returning to the entrances they came from. Damn, man. Yep, that sounds about right. Great fucking battle, though. Damn. The strategy and shit all over the place. I love that. And everyone knows Sins wasn't going to win. But hey, man, he took down 2.5 Pokemon. Right? Like, that's pretty damn good. And, like, the philosophical, like, iterations of, like, how things go. Yeah, it's good for being alone. Yeah. And it's like... And, yeah, and he's literally not even... He's just a Chukyu. He's a new Chukyu. Against the world champion. It's fine. Yeah. And probably that's gonna be, what? The best match of the entire fucking tournament, right? It's like... No one expected it to be like, if he's the guy you're going up against, for it to even be close in any way. But at least it was like an entertaining match that they could hold on to, right? It's like now, like, the small hints that, like, he's getting his recognition now. Still have Ash versus Leon. Which is the episode that broke the internet. I could see that, you know. I watched Pokemon on, like, TV, but I was, like, never really... I watched it like I originally watched Dragon Ball Z, but I've rewatched Dragon Ball Z, like, 100 times, whereas I've never sat down and rewatched Pokemon. Alright, well, what is up next? Oh. We finished this chapter, right? Yeah. So we are on to chapter 9? I'd want to say chapter 9. But wait, you wanted me to read the other one? What? You wanted me to read this one? V and O? Let's see some ads. Oh, those be up in what we have for the ads. We bring out the ads. We bring in the ads. There is no greater ad than the ads for the ads. So we ad for your ads. Oh, the ads. Such a great ad will be, for we shall see what you are on the other side ads, because I am not aware of what the ads are, but you should know, so that's okay, don't worry. You could tell me and I can know, but only after. And not until the ads are gone. We back? So what? Do you want me to start the new work, or do you want me to continue on with Ren's story? My Twitch crashed. I'm back. Alright, well, welcome back, what? Do you want the new story or the old story? Like, what do you want? What's the plan? New work is fine? Okay. Yo, your mama's so white. When she went to the beach, people thought it was makeup stream. Damn. She must be a goth hottie. Which means it's probably Callie's mom. Most likely. Full moon? Isn't that the 30th? Hold on. I'm pretty sure that's the 30th. No, because it was on March 3rd. So it should say April 1st then, maybe. Yep, April 1st. Oh, I see. Yeah, so April 1st is Makeup Day, which is also like April Fools. So that'll be a good time. Alright, so this is What's Other Story. Vamp and Order, or VNO. So here we go. Actually, I'm gonna toke before we begin. Before we begins up in his, we'll just a hoot toke. Okay, now that means you need to do a drab stream where you dress like today's 5-year-old boys do. I don't know about that one, Sean. That seems, a little sketch. 3, 2, 1, toke! You have to pay for that. Sounds about right, bro. No, because you announced that, then April Fools. I see what you mean. So they get everyone all concerned and weirded out, and then be like, you guys are retarded. It's obviously April Fools. You didn't think I'd actually do that, right? Fuck, man. You guys are... Anyone thought I was... Anyone who was excited for that? Turn yourself in right now. For over a millennia, vampires have evolved into a species capable of daywalking, living their lives according to the rules set by the council. Oh, that's a great start. Vampires that are not afraid of the sun. I gotta take my friggin' jacket off, my hoodie off. Shit, it's fucking hot in here. It's actually like 4 degrees outside. It's not -10. Crazy. They all black now or something? It's true, Pearl. True. No, they've worn so much sunscreen that their body now excretes the chemical. It'd be funny as heck, though. Little boys allowed to choose their own clothes. What would they wear? Jeans and a tee of some kind with their Superman underoos on the outside. True. 2016, New York City. Let me know when you're ready to bleed, baby. You just need to send for me. Send for me. Send for me. Woo by Rihanna blasted on the radio while Mariah sat... Or Mariah sat at the... I'm terrible with names. Sat in the bumper-to-bumper traffic in Manhattan. Incoming call from Justin, the system announced. You should like Scoutmaster Kevin right now, sounds like. Who the fuck is Scoutmaster Kevin? The fuck? I don't think I want to know. I don't think I want to know. Is that like, yeah, I don't think I want to know. Maria, please tell me you checked your email this morning, Justin said. No, why? What happened? Maria asked. Colin wants to give us to give Mr. Crane a deal. Justin responded. Now he realizes that attempted murder wasn't going to stick. Let me guess. Fucking go to the light. Go, the light's green, jackass. Sounds like garbage, she said, laying into the horn. Colin wants us to lower it to assault 1, right? Maria pinched the bridge of her nose and let out a loud sigh. Scoutmaster Kevin is a running implicit joke referenced by Deadpool in Deadpool 2 and Deadpool Wolverine to imply he was sexually abused as a child. Character is not shown on screen but is used to add dark humor to situations involving or suggesting sexual innuendo or abuse. Ah, okay. I see. I told him and Noah multiple times, if we try him for attempt, the defense has enough evidence to pursue self-defense. At least it's not a real person. Yeah, it's just the idea and the implication. Yeah, I'm saying like Sean sounds like a pedophile. Sean sounds like Scoutmaster Kevin. Damn, Pro. You have some fighting words, bro. Exactly what the Teltor lawyer presented before Noah switched to a plea discussion. So now we're pursuing assault with a 10-year sentence. We get our guilty plea and don't go to trial, Justin said, chewing. The fuck? I sound like a father and an uncle who's seen what kids do when allowed to dress themselves. I'm pretty sure Pearl was joking, Sean. But it's like, if you look at it out of context, it does look pretty bad. Justin, what the fuck are you eating? She asked firmly, gripping the steering wheel. Cereal bar, Justin said. With all this damn traffic, I should be in the office in the next 20 or 25 minutes. Justin, if I find a single crumb in my office, I will have your head, Maria said. Sirens blared as 2 cop cars pushed through the traffic in Maria's lane, forcing some of the cars to move to the sidewalk, further slowing the already packed traffic jam. On the Upper East Side, onlookers gathered outside of an apartment building. The cascading yellow tape draped over the sidewalk as 2 detectives arrived on the scene. Isaiah and his partner David pushed through the crowd, flashing their badges to the crowd control officer. "What have we got here?" Isaiah asked Officer Chase. "Two Vics. Male Vic identified as one Wesley Cardona. He was a financial advisor for Teltor Financial. Female Vic is still unidentified," Chase said, reading over his notepad. "Any signs of forced entry?" David asked, looking to the door hinges. "Nah, but this is a weird one," Chase said. "Weird how?" David questioned as he looked around. "Our unknown female Vic, mid-20s, was found in the hallway. GSW on the back of the head," Chase said, stopping at the victim's feet. "Found them?" David asked. "Building super. He was coming to fix a leak this morning. Knocked 5 times before giving Mr. Cardona a call. Left a voicemail and then came in," Chase said. "Curious if your nephew was ever told, wear whatever you want, just get dressed. If it ever happened, what did your sister say he chose?" "No, we used to be Mormon." I don't know. Quinn probably wouldn't put anything on." Honestly. We get out of the bathroom, like, put whatever you want. He's like, "Okay," and just like runs out, just starts chilling. It's like, "Are you gonna put anything on?" He's like, "I already did." It's like, what? That would get you banned, yeah. My mom showed me this video today of my nephew and my brother-in-law, and he's doing like, you know, like the thing where you like throw the water bottle and then like make it stand up, but he's doing it with like a milk jug, and he's throwing it fucking like in like crazy places, like on top of the fridge, inside of the oven, inside of the washer, like on top of a chair, like on top of his toys, and he's literally doing fucking like trick shots off of walls and shit like that with a fucking milk jug like filled like, you know, this much with water so that it lands straight up. That's a good one. Ask your mom if you're allowed to dress yourself and what you chose. That would be funny to know too. Yeah, the problem with that is because it's like mornings are either like, if it's okay, so if it's like Friday going to Saturday, right? So there's no school. I'm at a sleepover, so I only have one pair of clothes. Then Sunday is church, so, you know. So it's kind of like, I don't ever remember a time when I could dress myself, because I had to wear a uniform for school, get dressed for church, and on weekends I'd be at a friend's house, so I'd only have like one pair of clothes. Forgotten, because you were a 5-year-old boy at the time. I mean, true, but yeah. I mean, I'm just like, I don't know when an opportunity would ever come up like that. But I'd probably wear a suit. Like, I always had, like, you know, your church, like, outfit. My house play clothes were last year's school clothes that were too tight already. Yeah, we went to traditional school, so we had uniforms, so that shit was on lockdown. You fuck that uniform up, you get oof. Oof! That was not a good time. Isaiah stooped down, taking in a big whiff of the victim's blood. He took in the smell of the blood, her flowery perfume, and the metallic scent of the bullet. Her scent carried from the front door and through the apartment, stopping at the bedroom door. This is where things get weird. Mr. Cardona was chained to the bedpost, where he suffered 2 GSWs to the chest. Stabbed through the heart, and his throat was slashed. Thank you, Chase, Isaiah said. David leaned in. You thinking what I'm thinking, he whispered. Isaiah didn't respond as something by the bed piqued his interest. Put on a glove as he approached the headboard. David, does this coin look familiar to you? He asked, picking it up and showing it to him. David's eyes widened, his gut wrenched. He placed his hand in a similar coin that sat in his pocket. 2 years of hard work gone for one night of fun, David said, staring at the bagged shot glasses on the dresser. The last CSI tech packed up, grabbing the last of the evidence bags, leaving the two detectives alone in the room. What did you get from their scents? David asked. Jane Doe was a succubus who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. They shot her and she tried to run away, Isaiah said, tracing his finger from the corner of the door. Well, Mr. Cardona here is a werewolf, and I didn't get anything from the killer, Isaiah said, standing back up. That's rare, David responded. A loud ear-shattering shriek came from the front door. Isaiah and David rushed out of the bedroom and towards the front door, only to see a woman standing there, bawling her eyes out while another officer tried to comfort her. I'm like, this shit is just going so fast. I love the pacing of this. It throws you into it, and it just kind of like, you know, gives you the setting of the normal world and then a fucked up world. And it's like, at first I was thinking, okay, are these dead people the people that were introduced earlier? Or the people that were introduced earlier talking about the bad guy? Because that guy sounds kind of like maybe a bad guy that they're like lawyers that are defending. That's kind of setting up how the world is. And they're probably vampires. But then I was like, well, do the human population know that vampires exist? And by this questioning, there's a possibility of that. I don't know if these are special detectives, or that's the whole purpose of it, that they're like in on something else, or if this is just the standard of the world that we live in, right? And it's like finding the answer to these questions, because these questions are being proposed so early on, right? It drives the curiosity of the story of being like, oh, are these characters, you know, special because they're police officers, or are these characters special because they're more than just police officers? And being police officers gives them, like, you know, extra access to certain things and stuff like that, right? A loud, ear-shattering shriek came from the front door. Isaiah and David rushed to the out of the bedroom and towards the front door, only to see a woman standing there bawling her eyes out while another officer tried to comfort her. This is Amelia Verdugo, sister of our female victim, Natalie Verdugo, Chase said. Excuse me, Miss Verdugo. I'm Detective Wilkins, and this is my partner, Detective Miller. Please come over here so we can talk, Isaiah said calmly. Please call me Amelia, she said, wiping her tears. Is that really my sister in there? Amelia said softly. Isaiah took a sharp breath, and it is Amelia. Is it okay if we ask you a few questions about her? Isaiah asked. Amelia's heart shattered. Only words she could get out was no. She tried her best to hold her tears back. Looking up, yes, I can answer your questions, she said softly. Amelia, you can be fully truthful with us. I'm a vampire, and my partner is a hunter, Isaiah said, pointing to himself and David. Her eyes widened as she has never seen a vampire, let alone a hunter. It's okay. How did Natalie know Mr. Cardona? Isaiah asked. He was her new boyfriend. They met some cafe despite what we are. We don't lead those kinds of lives. My sister was a librarian and loved birds, Amelia said. Did you or Natalie ever know that he had been an alcoholic and was 2 years sober? David asked. Yes, me and my husband and Natalie went with Wes to his 2-year anniversary meeting, and we celebrated afterwards at Ryan's Steakhouse. Please tell me he didn't relapse, Amelia said, panicked. We don't know if he did, but we did find 2 shot glasses in the bedroom, Isaiah said, shaking her head. That can't be right. Natalie has never drank alcohol, ever. She helped Wes whenever temptation crept into his mind. She wouldn't enable him to drink again, Amelia said. And the questions raise even more. Isaiah and David glanced over at each other. Is there anyone who you can think of that night have wanted to hurt Wesley? Isaiah asked, which means there's probably other people there. he rubbed anyone the wrong way, it either had to be at work or back when he was an alcoholic, Amelia said. Work? Isaiah questioned. Yeah, he was being overworked and it stressed him out badly. He even snapped Natalie one day. It got her so bad. He dicked someone over while drunk and that person took revenge. But the fact that there's 2 shot glasses and if she didn't drink, even if he was drinking, he had to have been drinking with someone else. So maybe she came in and caught him drinking with someone else, and then whoever that other person was killed them, or maybe there was more people, I don't know, or maybe, you know, someone was hunting that person that was there and it was 2 werewolves and they came in and then they had to take the body as a thing, so maybe there's a 3rd victim that we're not thinking of. Thought shot glasses were just to make it look like a relapse. That's the other thing, Sean, is I was wondering if the shot glasses were a plant. And then if the victim knew, or if the perpetrator knew that the woman didn't drink. And that's just kind of a mistake of him not having enough information about the victim. And maybe she was in the wrong place at the wrong time, in the fact of she wasn't part of the target, she just happened to be there when it went down, and yeah. Because it specifically says she was in the wrong place at the wrong time, which means she was most likely not targeted, she was just there when it was happening, which wound up her getting involved. Yeah, he was being overworked and it stressed him out badly. He even snapped at Natalie one day. It got so bad, one of his bosses was arrested for nearly beating a man to death. And there's the connection. That's most likely the guy that the lawyers are defending in the first point of view. Wes was assigned to do his workload and half of his boss's work, Amelia said. Isaiah stood up, reaching into his back pocket. Thank you for your time, Amelia. If you can think of anything else, please don't hesitate to call, Isaiah said, handing her a business card. David held out his hand, calling for an officer to escort Amelia outside of the apartment. Hey, Zay, isn't your wife an ADA? David teasingly asked. Yep, that's why I'm going to call her office. Will you go update Captain Wells? Isaiah said with a smirk. And boom, again, the another connection. It's probably his wife is the person who's defending him, which means there's the connection. Oh, I love it. I love it. And here we go. Yep, here. Oh, everything's falling into place. I love this. What? This is so well structured. Like there's no like air in this, right? Like this is like compressed, like fucking just straight to the point, throws you into everything, uncompromising, like unapologetic, like here's the story, have fun. Ring, ring, ring. You've reached the law office of Maria. Jesus Christ, these names. Pereira? This is Justin speaking. Stuck in a vacuum sealer with no fluff. True, and it works so well for the beginning of the story. And ties everything together like super fast. So it gives you the ambiguity of the curiosity, and then it instantly pays off with it. You've reached the law office of Maria Pereira. This is Justin speaking. How may I help you? Unfortunately, she's in a meeting right now. Can I get your name and number? I'll have her give you a call when she's available. Okay, thank you, and have a great day. Bye. Justin hung up the phone, leaning back into his chair. 2 more months until I take out the bar, he thought to himself. Morning, Justin. Have the Telter lawyers set a date for the plea deal meeting? Maria asked. Yeah, they're meeting with Noah this afternoon. Also, you've received a call from a detective, Isaiah Wilkins, asking about that case, Justin said. Maria's face crinkled and her mouth twisted ever so slightly. If he calls back, tell him that I'm in court and to follow up with someone else who will be happy to answer his questions, Maria said. Okay, Justin said, confused. Justin was intrigued on why her and the detective were on bad terms. Did he ruin a case? Was he terrible at testifying? Or did he give her a hard time when he was a traffic cop? You never told me how that date went, Mariah said. She walked around her office. It was okay. Took her to a fancy restaurant and we had an alright conversation. She's in med school, which is cool, Justin said, following behind Maria. But, Maria said, she's too much of a narcissist for me. She fished for compliments half the time. When I picked her up, I complimented her dress, and trust me when I say it fit her perfectly. Halfway through dinner, she asked me what I thought about her dress twice. Twice, Justin explained. Maria giggled. Doctors are self-absorbed. You get used to it. You should see if she gives you a second date. Do something casual. You might change your perspective of her. Justin let out a loud sigh. I really thought Harper was the one. Sometimes I miss her. There are websites that can help you with that, she said. Bzz. Essa? What the fuck? Justin, what did Isaiah say when he asked about Tyler Crane's case? Maria said sternly. This reminds me of a Reddit story. How so, Jam? What specifically does a Reddit story? The structure? I like it. Huh. I haven't read that many Reddit stories, so I wouldn't know. But, you know, every website has their, like, formula for how, like, the popular stories tend to trend, right? Very easy to digest. Very simple, down to earth, just gives you all the information, doesn't leave you hanging on anything, doesn't try to build this massive world, just gives you some characters and says, okay, let's follow this and see where it goes. Yeah, totally understandable. I see that. Nothing really, he just wanted to talk to you specifically about it. Maria, what happened? Justin asked. One of Tyler's associates was found murdered this morning. Justin's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Oh, fuck. If he thinks this is connected to the Crane case, that would explain why they came up with the idea of a plea. Justin, is Colin in his office? Maria asked. Yes, Justin said. Maria stormed through the hall, heels clattering against the marble floor. She made her way to Colin's office. Mariah gave a loud knock as she twisted the door handle. What's the deal with the Crane case? She asked. Well, good morning to you too, Maria. How can I help? How am I? Good. How are you this morning? Colin said sarcastically, looking up from his computer. And by the way, how's it going, Jam? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you, my man. We're gonna have ads soon. I don't know the specifics yet. Noah is gonna give me an update later on today. All I know is that... ads! I tried to beat it. I've tried to beat it, and I've tried the whole time, and it's like, no! How so could you be? Why it is? Oh, so why I see how not it could be. Why unto me do I call such ads free? Free, not free from, but free for, to watch and be. Imagine the day that you have to pay for ads. W Talk, let's fucking go. Hell yeah, Chris AM, bro. That's right, man. We're just reading what story here. We got ads on Twitch, so we're just, you know, doing our general ad break annoyance bullshit to get you guys all riled up and ready to go. Get that blood pumping, those minds working, those imaginations flying, the stories a-pumping, and our morals and our hearts a-beating to the drum of a story that'll last in your mind for years to come. At least that's the goal, right? Succeeding in such said goal is an entire other story. An entire other story. Are the ads gone? Are we free? Are we free? I'm free ballin'. I mean, what? Back from ads. Fuck ads. Get out of here, ads. But yeah, this is what's alternative story? Vamp and Order. So it's not the same story that we were reading, Ren's story from yesterday. This is a entirely new story. Maria sat on his desk. You're hiding something. Why throw away a winning case for a trashy plea deal, she thought. No, Maria, I know that. Look, no, the answer is no. Whatever gear is turning in that ancient ass head of yours, stop it. No, his case. Let him take the win, Colin said. Ancient? You're older than me, Colin, or you started to become senile, old man, Maria said with a smirk. Ah, funny. Now get off my desk. You have cases to close, Miss Wilkins, Colin said. Maria gave Colin the finger as she exited his office. Purposefully taking the long way to her office, Maria stumbled upon Noah in his office, frantically searching through files. Need any help, Noah? Maria asked, peering into the office. No. Yeah. I've been swamped with paperwork ever since Teltor wanted to explore a plea deal, Noah said. Do you know why they wanted a plea deal randomly? Maria asked. I guess they want to wrap this up quickly, he said. Nothing in Noah's files stood out to Maria. Everything was your standard prep files for court, except for one. You filed for a continuance? Maria asked. Yeah, I wanted to get Mr. Wallace's nurse to testify with the doctor's notes and testament plus the nurse. Could prove that his quality of life is dramatically decreased and he may need aid sooner rather than later, Noah said with a large grin on his face. Holy shit, Maria said. Right? Now I have to sit here for a plea bargain during my lunch break. You know, I could do the plea bargain for you, Maria said. I wish I could, but Colin already told me not to let you in on this case. Bzz. Shit, I gotta go. No, in my professional opinion, take the win unless you 1000% can beat them in court, Maria said, leaving for the court. Any luck with the DA office? David asked. Nah, she's avoiding me again. Her assistant said she's stuck at court all day. I'll probably pop by the apartment later on, Isaiah said. Take it from someone who's been divorced 3 times. Don't do that, David said, patting Isaiah on the shoulder. Everything was perfect for 80 years, and then boom, it would be better if we separated. She upped and moved back to Brazil within a week, Isaiah said, putting his head against his desk. Remind me that once I retire to become a couples therapist for vampires, David said, laughing as he sat back on his desk. Anything on Wes's phone records? Isaiah asked. Everything was normal, except 3 days before Tyler Crane was arrested. Wes was blowing up his phone. 10 calls on Wednesday, 7 calls on Thursday, and 14 on Friday. All of them were ignored by Tyler, David said. Did you leave any messages? Isaiah asked, looking over his notes. Not one, David said. Whatever happened on Wednesday morning is going to be on Wes's work computer. Telter, more than likely, is going to stonewall us until we get a warrant, Isaiah said, toying with the rubber band around his wrist. Wes noticed something was off 5 days before he took on Tyler's workload. If this was work-related, why kill him in a way fitting for a werewolf? Isaiah thought. Hey Dave, did we ever check in to see if Tyler's, Isaiah asked. Yep, and nope, but his wife was, David said, adjusting his glasses to look at his monitor. We should talk to the wife before I go see Maria after she gets out of court, Isaiah said, making air quotes. It's got a very, movie scene structure to it, where it's, the jumping back and forth. And I like it because it's, forming this web of information. And especially, right off the bat, right? Just to get all... these are all the characters, these are all the angles, this is what's going on, here's how everyone looks at it. And I'm guessing hidden in between the cracks throughout this is, sprinkled the breadcrumbs of the answers, right? So it's if you look at it enough and you know what's going on, you could figure it all out. Judge's mouth moved, but no words came out, only a dull womp womp like a Charlie Brown cartoon. Why did Judge Carson get assigned to my case? He's gonna drag this simple-ass case out, listening to this quack who couldn't cut it, so now he's a public defender. I wonder who's Maria is texting? Who's Maria texting? Fuck me, we've been here for 20 minutes. The guy got drunk watching the Knicks game, harassed a couple of people, and then pissed on a sidewalk. That fucking simple, Justin thought. Womp are womp charges, womp womp. Do my words bore you, counselor? Judge Carson asked. Justin quickly adjusted himself in the chair so he could stand up. No, Your Honor, I was in deep thought. Ugh. Nerves, you could say. The state is only looking for a $500 fine and 4 months probation of the charges of public intoxication and public exposure, he said. Hey, you've got this wrapped up. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, Maria whispered. Okay, Mr. Watterson, since you're a first-time offender, I'm gonna give you 1 month of probation along with 50 hours of community service. And a $250 fine, Judge Carson said, banging his gavel. Not the sentencing I asked for, but it's win's a win. Where'd Maria go? She had a meeting in an hour, he said to himself. Justin walked towards the woman's bathroom to sit outside and wait for Maria to come out. On his way down, their muffled noise stopped him. Sound was coming from a supply closet. Justin drew his ear close to the door. Is that Maria, he thought? Damn it, Manny. What? The muffled female voice said. Who's Manny? Justin whispered. No, that's me. The muffled voice. I said, fuck, I can't hear them. Justin said quietly. Justin quietly peeled back the door, sneaking inside. Watched from behind a shelf as Maria and this Manny argued. I'm not looking into it anymore. It's not worth the money, Maria, Manny said. 10,000 plus your regular fee, Manny, Maria said. Barra loco, you crazy bitch. I don't have a death wish unlike you, Manny said, frustrated. Muchario, I can't even say that. All bark and no bite. If I knew you were such a big pussy, I wouldn't have hired you, Maria yelled. His words pissed him off. Manny began to snarl. His eyes burned a bright yellow. His fingernails began to grow claws. Manny, you don't want to do this. Think about your wife. Think about your kids, Maria said, brandishing her fangs. What the fuck? Justin tried to walk back out quietly, but the moment he took a step on the floorboard, creaked loudly. Idiot! Fuck, he whispered loudly. Justin? Damn it, Manny. Taking this out on your pay. Wait, I can explain, Maria said as Justin ran out the door. Justin darted out of the hall and through security, practically throwing his bag through the scanner. Sprinted down the stairs, nearly falling at one point. Justin, stop! I can explain everything! Get into the car! Maria said firmly. How the hell are you gonna explain that? He yelled. First, calm down. Second, get the fuck in the car, Justin, Maria said. Justin's body trembled and his heart raced. Stared heavily into Maria's cold brown eyes. Please don't kill me, Justin said. Maria let out a loud sigh. Fine, Justin. I'm not gonna kill you or do anything else. I'm simply going to tell you what you saw and force you to sign an NDA, she said with a big smile. Stepped into the car, closing his eyes, waiting for the inevitable. I'm a vampire. Manny, the PI I was talking to, is a werewolf. Most supernatural beings that you can imagine exist. We live by the rules of the council, so that we blend in with humans, Maria said. Justin's hand trembled. Where are you taking me? My apartment. We need to look over these Crane files. Teltor has my PI spooked about something, and we're going to figure it out, Maria said. Huh? No, fuck no, Maria. You're not getting me to skip past everything like it's nothing, Justin said furiously. Fine, you get 3 questions, Maria said. If everything is true, how are you out in daylight, he asked. Most vampires nowadays are daywalkers. Since becoming daywalkers, we don't need as much blood anymore. We can also be sustained by regular food, Maria answered. Okay, that explains a lot. You said something about a council. What's that? Justin questioned. They're a group of 9 representatives who regulate the rules that we live by to protect ourselves from mankind, Maria said. What's up with you and the detective? Justin asked with a smirk. Maria shifted her gaze, side-eyeing Justin. Oh, look at that, we're here. She's banging him, of course she is. Maria walked up the stairs, unlocking the door to her apartment. Alright, Justin, you can set that box over. Why shouldn't I call the police for BNE? Maria asked with her hand on her hip. Because you're just as interested in Teltur as I am. Isaiah said. Who's that, Maria? Justin asked. My ex-husband, Isaiah, Maria replied. We never officially divorced, Maria, Isaiah quipped back. Justin's mouth dropped. So the detective you told me to ignore is your husband? Ex, but yes, we were married for a while then. Shit, you're right. We never did get a divorce, Maria said. I was like, yeah, their last names are the same. Wouldn't he pick up on that? Wouldn't that be an interesting, like, that's weird, he has the same last name as you. Do you have any brothers or sisters? It's like, you know. That one point is probably my only critique here. Is, like, that the fact that he never says anything about them having the same last name, and there's no way he doesn't know what her last name is, right? And maybe it's a common name, but still, it's something to be like, you'd make a comment about, I think, right? For the story's sake. But other than that, like, I don't even know what to fucking say as far as poking a hole. I'm like, you don't waste anything at all in here. And so much happens, right? And it all leads up to bringing all the characters basically together at the end of the chapter. Then why did he call her Wilkins? Or someone specifically called her Miss Wilkins. Because that's another thing I was thinking is like, wait, wouldn't she be back at her maiden name? Collins is just as old as they are. Oh, Collins was the one who called her Wilkins. Hey, I know this is random, but what is with the waifu mousepad at the left-hand side of the pic? And your profile pic. So he knows about her and Isaiah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, what? Well, this is my mousepad. So yeah, just sporting that. And my profile picture is a AI-generated picture that Relic made of me. That's Relic's interpretation of me. But if you stick around long enough, Jam, April 1st is makeup day. So, you know, you can get a real test of the werewoman in me. Ah, Relic likes you like that. No, he just likes making fun of me and putting me in explicit positions. Basically, like, fake sexualizing me, right? Like, I'll bring up, like, one of my favorite pictures. Relic reminds me of Kavinsky. In some other universe, that's me. Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? But it looks more like my sister, honestly, because my sister's ginger. But yeah. So, but then there's also like, there's this shit. Like, let's just go through this, right? So this was the last one they did. It's like Trump punching me in the face. Then there's like Scott covered in jizz. Oh, well. There's some things on here that aren't quite appropriate, let's just say, but then there's like the yeah, like shit like this. Like, epic, Scott. That is some top chat GPT prompts right there. He was like, take this chick, make him a hot woman, big boobs. Yeah. There's like me running from chickens with lasers, and then, you know, like sharks with laser beams on their heads. Austin Powers meme. Me as like Omni-Man / Thor. This one's probably my favorite. My giant cheese! I am the guardian of England! The giant troll. Yeah. Relic has some interesting... The chicken one is pretty good. Yeah, running from chicken. But yeah, Relic has an imagination on him, right? For sure. 100%. That shit is great. And I highly encourage it, because I think it's fucking hilarious. Like, if you can't laugh at yourself, you shouldn't be allowed to laugh at anyone else, right? Alright, guys. Trolls up next! Are we ready? I think we just have to finish this chapter, right? He's insane. I hate him. I love him. It's true, Prol. It's a double-edged sword. It's just like Callie, right? I would do the same to Callie, but I'm sure he will cry. Callie's problem is that he's schizophrenic and bipolar, and you never know how he might react to something, so you kind of have to be somewhat cautious about it. But if he does freak out, you know he'll just come back a couple days later or a week later and be like, yeah, I'm an idiot. Just the way that it is, right? Yeah, I don't know. I mean... I like Relic stories, and he, as far as I'm concerned, he's the best writer in like, out of the people that I've read. I'm the most mentally ill here, and you guys just don't even know. I'm like polka dot man for real. I don't know what you mean by polka dot man? Is that a reference to something? Looks like you hide your insanity well, Prol. I'm so Joker-coded. Ah! I see. Okay. So we're in the middle of this fight. Here we go. I wonder who his chat has the most mental illness. I'm like 7'3" and I fight crime. True, Prol. I got like bipolar type 2. As far as I know, I don't have any disorders or anything like that. But my family is super prone to like mental disorders, like Alzheimer's, Huntington's, Parkinson's, you know, dementia. I have duopolar X. So you can literally have a conversation with yourself? Not just pretend to have a conversation with yourself? I've been on meds for years, so it's under control. And adamantium. The only thing I have is epilepsy, right? Which is like not necessarily a neurological deficiency order, as it is just a debilitating thing. Yeah, apparently I had night terrors as a kid that we think might have been seizures due to trauma of some kind. And then when I had trauma and I crushed my foot and I had the eschar cut off, I had my first like major seizure, and then I've had having seizures ever since. Then I had 3 years free of seizures. Then I had a seizure like last week. It's like fuck, because I was pushing myself too hard. So I've been like toning back the amount that I'm streaming and everything like that, because I'm like, I was pushing myself too hard. Did you have lapses in time? I had those. No, I've never had like lapses in time other than like before and after the seizure. Like, I remember up to a certain point. Like, I always remember like feeling sick and going to the bathroom and dry heaving. And then it's like I'm walking back to my room and then I'm lying on the ground. or I'm in the hospital, or I'm in an ambulance, and my head fucking hurts. And usually my tongue, or my lip, or my cheeks are, like, really badly bitten. But I never remember actually having the seizure. Like, I didn't even know I had a seizure until, like, I crawled into bed after getting out of the shower. And I was like, why does my lip hurt? And then I got up, and I walked to the bathroom, and I looked at my lip, and my lip was, because I thought I was going to have a seizure. Because I threw up, and I was dry heaving, but I was like, oh, I think I'm good. No, I'm good. And then I'm like, why does my lip hurt? And then I go to the bathroom, and I look, and my lip is completely fucking black. And my head hurts, and there's, like, a bruise on my head. Then I come into my room, and, like, I have a chair beside me that has the mic attached to it, right? And the mic's, like, in the fucking corner here, like, basically knocked over the lava lamp. The chair, like, this chair is, like, in the corner. The other chair is pushed up against us, and my fucking, closet is indented. And I was like, oh, fuck, I guess I did have a seizure. Shit. Yeah, epilepsy is that you can't remember things. My teachers at school caught it and told my parents that I would freeze all of a sudden. Yeah, I just go into, like, a dissociative state where it's just, like, your consciousness just evaporates from, it's like something's cutting off the signal that's sending consciousness to your brain. It's like something's intercepting it. I've never had an epileptic seizure, but my mom has them, and it's terrible. Yeah, no, it's fucked up. It's scary. Scary stuff, man. But that's just the way of the world. It's just the way that it is, right? No way to fight against it. Only, work with it. Do what you can. Live for the life that you have, right? Don't complain because your life isn't someone else's. When she met my stepdad, he didn't know that, and he didn't take her to the hospital, and she was terrified of him for like a week. Because it was like he was just some guy. Because she didn't have, like, the memory of it. And it's like this guy just kind of, like, acting like he's there. But it's like, in her mind, he's a stranger. But it's like... Yeah, and he was freaking the fuck out. That's crazy. Guys, you know what they say? Life is stranger than fiction, guys. Talk to 5 people and you'll have more than enough like story inspiration to write a fucking book. Maybe even a whole book series. Right? Like, everyone's life at some point in time with something has been, like, super fucked up in its own... Like, for instance, so, for my parents, right? For my mom. Both my mom and my dad have, like, really fucked up upbringings, right? So my mom was basically molested by her neighbor, and her parents knew and never did anything about it. And then, like, she has 4 sisters, and the neighbors had 2 daughters and a son. And then the neighbors and, like, basically the parents switched spouses because, like, neither of the parents were, like, getting along, and they were basically having an affair, so they just decided to just literally swap partners, and one of them took all of the kids. And then my dad struggled with his mom having cancer from, like, age 8 until he was 17, and then she died of cancer when he was 17. And then my mom got married at 19 to an abusive guy who broke her eardrum. So since she was, like, 19, she hasn't been able to hear out of her right ear. And then she cheated on him with my dad, and then married my dad, and divorced him, and then, yeah. Basically, my parents saved each other. And then my dad went through a bunch of shit with the government, which is the reason why we're, like, so well off now, because The government tried to fuck him over. He fought the government for 11 years and finally wound up winning after almost losing fucking everything. But we won. Fuck the government. Fuck, Taro said. Lighting up the sky, the monsoon was laying waste, giving a strobe to the battle as Taro charged. The monk, with his broken shins, had postured himself on his hands and was swinging towards the two as they dueled, his brazen kick pushing up at Taro. His companion came under him. He shouldered the monk onto his back. Ever thought of writing a book called True Stories about my parent? I mean, that would be an amazing story, Jam. And then there's my life. Like, I want to write a slice of life story basically about my thing. Because it's like, so, basically, like, I've always been, like, the older brother. And, like, you know, like, the protective kind of person. Do you think if I die, I would be a ghost who is bipolar, but the really bipolar cause I am unmedicated? I think the idea of the problems that are wrong with your brain that cause you to do things would disappear once you're a ghost, because you don't have those connections. So it'd be like you're being freed from, like, your, like, mental state. Right? And then you're, like, basically given your full consciousness. So, like to me, like, for instance, like, a person who's, like, complete, like, retard Down syndrome dies, and they're like, their consciousness goes, oh shit, well now I'm, because it's not like, if you're a Down syndrome person or something, every single life you live has the same personality, has the same brain chemistry, has the same perspectives, has the same way that they interact with life. And your physiological biology is part of the reason why your lives are so dynamic and your consciousness is so spread, because you're literally rewiring how your consciousness interacts with the world every time you come back to it, right? That's just my idea. So it would be like, for instance, if the, like, radio signal coming from the channel, like, let's say channel 5 on, like, your TV, right? But every TV had channel 5 as a different channel. So everyone's on, like, your consciousness is channel 5, right? But every TV picks channel 5 up in a different way, because it's, like, for instance, like, cross different times. Maybe in one time it's a radio show, and one time it's a VR show, and one time it's a normal TV show, one time it's black and white, right? And that's, like, the diversity of the biology affecting the actual, like, consciousness. Fucking ads. Man, we got through the entirety of that break with freaking no reading. That's why I love these conversations and shit like that, right? It's just fire for the fuel for my fire, because trying to have conversations with people in real life about this shit is fucking impossible. It's goddamn impossible. I'll be right back. We need to talk about that? Talk about what, Jam? An in-depth conversation about my philosophy of, if you want to know how I think, look up the Seth material. Because that's, like, literally, it's not that, like, I read the Seth material and I was like, oh, that's really interesting. I like that. That's how I'm going to think about the world. No, it's like I've always thought about the world like this, and as soon as I found the Seth material, it was like, it just lined up with what I already believed. And I was like, this is the first time I've ever had someone put my thoughts to words. Like, I couldn't even put my thoughts to words, but as soon as I was like, yeah, no, that's 100% exactly how I would interpret it. Yeah. Just in a clerical way. Are you a full-time writer and editor? Well, technically, yes. But not in, like, a monetary way, right? Like, I don't make money from it, but I don't have a job, so it's all I do. So, yes? I'm just very lucky in the fact that I don't need a job. 3, 2, 1, toke! Oh, I'm sure I can. I mean, I'm just like I literally haven't even written a full book yet, right? So it's like, once I write Stoner Girl Evolution, once I get the Final Fantasy book out, once I write, like, my sci-fi book, once I got, like, 5 or 6, 7 books out, right? 'Cause, like, I have all the plans and the ideas. But at this point, I'm like, I just want to become a better writer, because I know that, like, if I spend, like, 2 years becoming a better writer, right, I'll hit that plateau. So it's like, I feel like this is my skill going up and going up. It's like, why would I stop and write a book when what I'm currently doing is significantly increasing my skill without, like, a major amount of investment, right? By, like, writing short stories, doing the YouTubes, because it's, like, forces me to put the story into, like, a certain parameter, right? And then play with different parameters of different, like, things, and then just, like, reading more amateur stuff, seeing how people interact with stuff, all just building up this repertoire instead of just interacting with people in real life. Then when I ask them for feedback in my story, they say, oh, it's good. Well, that's what I have, Jam, is collections of short stories. Like, all of my books are collections of short stories. Because I've written, like, 150 or 200 short stories, right? Like, every single one of my YouTube videos is a short story. Right? And I have, like, 100 on one channel and, like, 150 on the other channel. But some of them are, like, viewer works, some of them are, like, Reddit works and stuff like that, but the majority of them are all mine. If one short story really resonates with readers, you can turn it into a full book. But the problem with that is, does the story resonate with me in order for me to make it a book? Right? But I absolutely see what you're saying. Plus the fact that I also write smut, and pretty much the only book that I make money off of is smut. And I made like $16 in a year from my 34-page, 5 short story smut. That's like 24,000 words. And that was written like 2.5 years ago now. So imagine how much... Have you read any of Jordan Peterson's stuff? I don't know. Maybe? I mean, right now we're reading Robert Jordan. And I found out actually the other day that there's a new Dragonlance booking coming out on August 4th. War Wizard for Huma and... fuck, I can't remember his name. Huma's, like, guardian, basically. Like, going back to the days of Huma. I'm like, fuck yes, the original. 12 Rules is basically his old web articles reworked and published as a collection. Huh. Cool. Because, yeah, do you know Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul, Jam? Because I want to do something that's like that, but it's, like, more adult-oriented, like, dark, like, fucked up. Like, you know, like... It includes the one where it's like, it's Nepotism Unleashed, which is basically Hunter Biden crashing Air Force One into the Burj Khalifa and starting World War III. A kid who chews gum all the time and he bites his tongue off while his tongue is frozen at the dentist. Tourist trap. Basically, you know, they take bait cars, so they do like bait tourists, and they have like tourists where it's like, it looks like an easy target to rob, but it's like cameras everywhere and stuff, and then they just like catch you, right? So it's like a bait car. Originally, answers he gave to people's questions on Yahoo Questions for Quora and Reddit and turned them into articles. Bro, Hunter Biden sucks arse. I know, right? True, Jam. We were talking earlier, Hunter Biden 2028. He gets into office and his first demand is that free crack for everyone. For babies, for toddlers, for kids, for teens, for young adults, for everyone. Elderly, the dead. We're gonna give everyone crack. Because crack is awesome. I love crack. Let's go. We're gonna spend all of our money on crack. I don't know why you guys voted for me, but you guys voted for me. Let's go crack! Everyone wants crack! That's what I said I would do! And then I'm gonna resign, because fuck this. I don't want to have to work. I want to go back to doing crack. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, only innocent people need presidential pardons in advance. Guys, no, I'm not gonna pardon Hunter. Okay, guys, I'm not gonna. Why would I pardon Hunter? A month before getting out of office? Oh yeah, I pardoned Hunter. Wait, what? How many times you said you weren't gonna pardon him and you wanted him to take in his own responsibility, and then right before you leave office, you're like, ah, fuck, I gotta pardon him. Like, what? What you doing, brewskis? Fuck my life, man. This is the world we live in. Shit. The monks were charging him with 2 arms and 2 legs in attack. The disabled monk had fucking steel claws in his shoes, grasping for Taro like a tiger. The other was stabbing desperately at him. The two were on equal ground now, Taro carrying his suit of armor. The monks doing what they were doing. He braved them, sword taking 2 claws with a strike and then mashing his spiral knife in a way. Out of the way with his other protected hand, Taro crossed arms, screaming "Raw!" in front of him, tossed the men over with a full charge. We were at Atlas and Hendrik meeting at the Royal Gates. No, that was before, Prol. They're in the middle of the battle. Remember? We were talking about the thunderstorm and like the build-up and like how he came to the town. He should be like the eyes, right? Like the clouds coming in, and then like the wind with the fire when he locks everyone inside of the house when he calls the guy out. They're still in the middle of the fight. No, they're still in the middle of the fight. The thunder clashed as they were beginning the fight and everything, and then he got stabbed, but they're still fighting. Bottom rolled out, spinning on his arms like a top. Taro closed the derringer and killed him. Splayed limbs going limp in the mud. He held up his ridiculous hat. The other monk paid no mind. Mud-decked outfit dripped as he pulled back, catching his breath. The monk spoke. I wish you knew it well, that you were ill-fated. Taro swung his sword like a bat. A violent wrench tearing away at the amorphous red cloud. Water sprayed into his eyes. The monk quivered and ran away, drawing his dagger finally. And then Hendrik was training with Patrick. The alchemist was killed by the surveyor, and Atlas made an officer retrieve Hendrik and challenge him to a duel. Wait, I don't remember any of that, Prol. Wait, so then where are we? Did we finish this chapter then? When you said drawing is dagger, I was wondering how many of these fantasy books can be read with sexual connotations. No, it's coming back to me now, Pearl. Now that I'm reading it, it's coming back to me. Yeah, so we're on a new chapter. Or wherever this leads off at the end of the chapter. Because I don't think this is the end of the chapter. I think this is just... This one was 24,000 words. Yeah. I think we're almost at the end of the chapter, though. $7,000 words. All right. Okay. Here we go. Above in the palace, the surveyor crept along the passages of cobblestone heedily. In the gray light, the sound of sharp ringing echoed rhythmically over the rain-like sound of the construction outside. Ring, 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 then a pause. And again, ring, ring, ring. The surveyor stalked closer to the noise. Inside a lower chamber was the messiest room of the palace. Worse than the alchemist's post. Books stacked to his hips in a square around the room. Blankets half covered the volumes, showing their spines and their names like a seductive dancer slipping their shoulders loose. The surveyor went to the stack of books. Atop them was one with a large red lace bookmark. The surveyor picked the book, turning to it. In pencil underlined were the words, "How green was my valley then, and the valley of them that have gone." "This place used to be a very beautiful place," Arthur said. The surveyor turned to him. He wore the blue royal uniform he had been given, and the skull of his clone sat attached to his face, now cleaned and waxed. It was the color of deep white quartz. He took off his folded ranger cap as a show of respect. "Apologies. I didn't realize there was a new study in the palace." Arthur nodded. The surveyor asked, "What was that noise I was hearing?" Arthur showed his hands. He had white dust all over them, each fingertip a different color, his chisel in one hand. "They're making a sculpture of the rigs in the earth. It's going to be the centerpiece of the new hall where the clock tower used to be." The surveyor nodded, then clapped his hands nervously. "Amazing! Art is the mainstay of any great empire, I believe. What is your name?" The Second Lieutenant Wallen. I'm an infrastructure surveyor for Sir Clinton's branch. He shook the surveyor's hand, chisel clinking against the man's many silver rings like two glasses clinking. And who are you? The surveyor expected Arthur to ask, but he seemed not to be concerned with that. Feel free, Arthur said, pointing to the book the surveyor was holding. Huh, thank you. I'm not quite the scholarly reader, though, he said, adding the book atop the stack. I like to research the history of a place, the things that not everyone would know at first glance. Arthur laughed to himself, thinking about his time as a man warping through the past, learning secret histories, exploring. So do I, he said dryly. Arthur walked off into the study, lost in thought. The surveyor blinked, watching the bizarre man carefully, then decided to follow him. Arthur pointed to a coffee pot next to the sculpture. Enjoy dark roast? Arthur asked. The surveyor shook his head, smiled politely, and leaned back against the table. In the center of the stone room, surrounded by Arthur's manuscripts and collections of knowledge, was the bulb that was the earth, fingered smooth out of lapis and amber. Courting wedded black ships surrounding it, gently sparkling the cordant lamp beneath it. What are the secrets you know? The surveyor asked. Arthur sighed, touched the fifth rig, hovering over water, adjusting its position. Arthur said, I know about magic. He thought for a moment. I know this palace used to belong to Paragonians. The surveyor smiled. When the city was conquered, the royals took it as their own, the surveyor said. That's also why the royal crest is in a yellow circle. Everywhere the Paragonians put that symbol, the royals placed their own crest over top of it, to show they were on top now. Arthur nodded. The surveyor leaned into him. He whispered, the royals show their hand. But do you know about the things they want no one to see? Arthur turned. Like what? The surveyor smiled. Like a ritual. Arthur asked, what ritual? The surveyor stood up. He put his hat on his head. Walk with me. Outside of the study, the palace was bustling with workers and soldiers. Arthur made a perplexed look about the place. The surveyor started. Clearly, you and I are outsiders in this place. We each have our roles in the Empire, and mine is to keep the Paragonians peaceful. Arthur asked, how do you keep a warring party peaceful? The surveyor said, that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. More pointedly, what can bring back peace for everyone in the Empire? Something the Paragonians and Royal Kingdom can agree over, Arthur said. The surveyor stopped. We can bring them together if they both hate someone. First, my employers believed we could end the war if we convinced both sides to come together to fight the Britannia military. Arthur nodded. They met the knight that leads them now, a few years ago. He's a cunning man. The surveyor nodded. That worked for me for a time. But the Paragonians are mobilizing to greener pastures to leave the conflict behind, and now the Royal Kingdom is rebuilding what was lost. So you're achieving your goal, haven't you? You've achieved your goal, haven't you? Arthur said. There are certain things that don't last. Hate is one of them. The mutual hate of the Britannians won't last, and each side believes the other indebts them for it, he pointed out. In a year, in 10 years, they may be at each other's throats again. Arthur asked, why are you here? Why do you think I can help? I think you can help because you didn't call security on me. I was trespassing in the palace, and you didn't pay any mind to that. You say you have been a lieutenant for 2 years, yes? And you still pulled a chair for me. You offered me drink. You welcomed me into your home. Arthur sighed. He turned to him. He allowed the man to stay with simple curiosity, but now he was something else, something that would get him in trouble. There's a secret in the rigs, a secret in the royal family. I believe that is the key to peace in the rigs, the surveyor said. What is the secret? Dumviri, or Doomviri. I don't know exactly how to say that, surveyor said plainly. Arthur made a shrug with his shoulders. We plan to say the rigs is converting them to Gnostics. The surveyor sighed as he stepped outside. The brisk city sky shone on them. He spoke. There's a fable amongst the heathens of the Paragonians, one of which many are outcast for speaking of. The gates of the palace were alive. Trucks were parked inside, making a path to the council's court. The surveyor continued. Paragon and Ohm are gods, lesser gods, called Doomviri. Above them is a hierarchy of such gods only they know of, and of which speak little. You think the Paragon or Ohm could help the rig? Arthur asked. No, they are soured old men. Soured and old. They no longer meddle in helping others, only furthering themselves. The fable proposes that two Drumviri have watched over the earth long before Paragon and Ohm. The Christ and Antichrist? Arthur asked. Call them what you will, but the story proposes, holy fuck. The Paragon and Ohm's time has come to a close, that our new messiahs may reveal themselves. Spare spoke. When this theorem was common talk, there was a ritual in the palace. They were trying to create a new age of Doomviri. Wait, this conspiracy shit is too much. You lost me. Surveyor sighed. Took off his hat. This is no conspiracy. The royal family was the product of a Paragonian ritual. Arthur looked at the gate. Men with shitty armors and massive pole arms came marching haphazardly, surrounded by men with guns. What's the proof of that? Arthur said. Paragonians have documentation about the birth and study of Hendrik and Taro. The tests they did to see if they were Doomviri, he said, and then he asked, why has there been no public queen since their births? Why does nobody know who their mothers were? Good question. I'm like, did I bring that up earlier? Did I talk about that when I was talking about, like, One Piece and, like, Luffy's mom and the One Piece of ass? I don't remember. Yeah, I brought it up. Okay. Arthur thought about that. They tell everyone that Brothsford was too in love with the kingdom to love a wife, so he had maidens for his children. Surveyor chuckled. False. The real reason is because both of their mothers were Celestes. Lil Migo! Yo, what's up, bro? Centilists. Arthur turned his body to him, away from the gate, and said, what? Wait, so both Taro and Hendrik have Centilist powers, but they don't know it?
Are you smoking?
Like dormant powers? Thank you so much for the follow, Lil Migo. What you up to? What you doing? What you got, bro? How's it going?
So you have been lying. Now it makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
I guess I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
True. It's true. They were given birth by Centilists. No, they had Centilist mothers, but were both normal. Trying to make the babies into one. Both Doomviri have to be Centilists and have to be brothers. Arthur wiped his own face aggressively. Surveyor said that is also why Brothsford abhors the church, since they could not bear him a child who would be God. Damn. You speak lies, Arthur said, walking the other direction towards the burnt-down clock tower to get away from the man. I do not. I have our documents. They are signed by councilmen. The royal copy is hidden in the palace, and I need to find it, the surveyor yelled. Arthur turned, slapped the red hat off the man's head, hitting his face. You lower your voice now, the surveyor whispered. Sons were forbidden to know. It must be hidden well. Arthur had his shirt in his fist the way Patrick often did to people. He let the man go. Why do you think proving that happened would save the rig? Because we can show people. Show everyone this family believed in something once. We can rekindle the fable. We can preach the new God. That wasn't the direction I was thinking he was going. Across from Arthur and the strange man, about 20 feet, Hendrik stood behind riot shields held by large men, his steely gaze facing the pig-masked men as they approached the court. They turned around the strip of soldiers one by one, and then Hendrik saw them carrying a pike on their shoulders. 6 men had a pole arm on their shoulders, a gutted pig on the pole, its intestines draped around it, dropping blood as they went. pig had a giant golden crown on its head, its open mouth. Hendrik gulped, side-eyeing Patrick. Patrick stared at them as well, unwavering. Hendrik rotated on his cane. Do you think they will all attack me? Patrick shook his head. Patrick said, you can't think about that, kid. Just let me worry about everything else. He pointed at their leader. Right now, he and you were the only men in the world. The inside of the courtroom was in disarray still. Chairs were broken and strewn about, cracked with bullet holes from the attack 2 years ago. The charred flags of the Royal Union carried up to the massive peak of the ceiling. The air smelled of dust and gently bitter flames. In the center, the pedestals stood proud. Each of the councilmen's skeletons were chained to the front of their respective pedestals. Rats dropped out of their forms as the men came in and scurried away. I love your imagery, though, Prol. Like, holy shit, bro. It's just, like, so fucking good. I'm just like, yup. That's exactly what I would envision. It's exactly how I would see it. It's exactly what I would do. Rats ran away. No worries. When the rats ran away, one of the skeletons was knocked aside, its skull tapping off. It rolled haphazardly towards the soldier. Duke Atlas stopped it under his boot, bending to lift it. He pondered it for a moment, then put it in his bag. One of the soldiers rushed to take his bag from him politely, and he lifted it from his shoulders. And even like this character, too, he's just like, this seems like this would be fate. I wonder who this would be. We need DNA, don't we? Put that in the bag. Let's see what we can do with this. Maybe we can summon the souls of the dead. If we have their bones, we can draw their souls back and gain the memories of the life that was there. You know? Duke Atlas took his mask off. The blood of the pig caked against his wicked hair. He was pale and skinny. Yeah, they just do stuff sometimes. He's pale and skinny. His protruding lips and cheekbones were outside of his head almost. Skin tight against his head. Spoke of a man without nourishment. I like action that isn't fighting. Yeah. That tells, like, what kind of person your character is, based upon how they just interact with the basic world, right? Like, people that are, like, you know, like, they would run their finger along something and, like, test the amount of dust in the air to see if, like, someone cleaned the area. Like, skimming their feet across the ground to see what kind of floor is made of, or how often it's been cleaned, or what's kind of there, right? Something like me, I'm a face toucher. Like, I am consistently, like, touching my face, right? That's just what I'm doing. Or I'm, like, consistently, like, putting my hands together, or, like, wringing my hands like this. Like, I have to, like, be consistently moving, and, like, I'll talk, like, a lot with my hands in, like, real life, like, a lot more than I do on stream. In one scene, Jack dropped his gun, put his foot on it. Kavinsky pointed a gun at his foot, but neither moved from there. It's very interesting, and I like it, because it gets detailed that, like, Sam is holding flowers, or Taro is making coffee. Yeah. Yeah, they just do stuff. I mean, like, how often do I just, like, pick random shit up, and I'm, like, playing with, like, my, scrapey thing, right? I use this for... Yeah. So it's like, if you feel like your character is static, just have them do something. It adds so much personality, right? And then you can do that based upon taking mannerisms, like what kind of things do they do? Like, do they touch their, like, you know, like some, like, it's like characters like always confident in touching their face is all of a sudden touching their arm. You're like, oh, there's something wrong, right? Like, this character is doing something odd, right? And it's like, you just get that vibe based upon the action, because you're like, this doesn't seem like this would be something this character would normally do if they were in their normal mindset. And then you have, like, the different mindset, different mannerisms, right? Like, when I'm confident and I'm like, oh, let me tell you. Right? Whereas I'm like, I don't know about that. Or I'm like, yep, that's pretty much how it goes, right? It's like, that's just like my personal mannerisms, right? And I'm always paying attention to that, to catalog that, to be like, how can I transition that to making your characters feel more alive, right? And that's why you can give them small things, like a character that smokes, a character that chews on something, a character that picks at their nails, right? A character who bites their nails. All kinds of different things. Yeah, that's why I don't like following any single character ever. That's my problem, because I want the entirety of my Final Fantasy book to be in first person from the main character. But be it via technology and other things, and like, you know, just focus. You can focus on other characters, but everything is like through Husai's eyes, right? And then proxies of that, like through a TV screen or something like that, right? And then that allows for like characters to like lie about things, lie about events, because you never see the events, you just see the events as the character tells it. And then it's like, well, that event doesn't line up with this event, and then it turns out, oh, that character's lying. Which is how you know a betrayal about something will happen in this series, if only one person knows about it. Yeah. And then it's like, you can pick out, for in the Final Fantasy book, you can pick out certain characters that might be potentially bad characters, because you can prove that they're lying. Bit of a problem, I have to balance it. But one of the things you could do is just use that as the style to just make it obvious. And just, like, throw that in people's faces, right? It's like, as long as that's what you're trying to do, right? It's like, consistency makes the style. And style can be the thing that makes the book, right? So watering it down to a standardize in order to not have those things, I think is what a lot of people, like, dissect their book into just a shell, because they're trying to, like, fulfill all of these, like, check marks. Like, and that was, like, the main critique I gave to Relic, was his writing is so good, it feels like every scene just is, like, checking things off of a list, and you can tell the things in the scene that are being checked off a list that aren't really needed to be there, because when you look at the things that really need to be there, there's just so much behind it, and then there's like this thing that only has like 2 layers to it, and you're like, why is that there? Right? And it's like, after that like realization and moving past that, it's like, holy shit, the improvement on Relic's writing for pacing and shit like that, and like just direction, is like phenomenal, right? Most of the music I want to use has very overtly straightforward lyrics to the plot and really loud singing, and I definitely think it's a story more suited for a visual medium. Ah, I see, yeah. See, I think that about mine as well. Like, song, dance is like a huge, and poetry is like a huge part of it. Like, characters are like, literally, it's song and dance to fucking cast magic and shit. It's like bending with singing. But for the novel, I tried to consistently keep a comic book pacing. Yeah, it definitely has a different structure to it, of, like, presentation and expectation for, like, you know, how the world is, and how your characters are, what your characters do, right? The whole, your enemy becomes your friend, escalates the size of the world, the hierarchy increases. I call my style in this series all gas and no brakes. Yeah, it just goes. It just goes. But then it's like, because of the escalation, it makes ups feel like downs when you get to the next up, which teaches you to treat ups almost like downs. So it's like, despite the fact you're continuously going up, there is always that knowledge of the escalation that makes it so you're like, okay, well, you know, that's not that bad because there's going to be something worse, right? And it's like trained you to have this perspective of it. Nah, remember in the beginning you loved it and called it ratcheting tension. Yeah, that's what I mean. Because it just keeps going, and then it builds this expectation of, oh, everything's just gonna keep getting freakier and freakier and freakier, and you think you got to it, you think you're gonna get a break, you think you're at a red light, nope, you're turning right. You were actually turning right. The point I'm trying to make is the rest of the book is the opposite. But the thing is, you've used that to attach people to the story, right? And once people are invested in the story, then you can do whatever you want. It's a long, insane, horrible death, but it's just fast still. But it's a lot of different things, though, right? And it's like the jumping from different characters makes it like fluid like that, right? It just gives it that expectation. And once you get to the end, you realize how far it drags you in the mud, looking back. Yeah. It's like addictive torture. Well, I'm a masochist. I absolutely understand that, Pearl. Absolutely. Because you gotta keep pushing yourself, because it's so bad you just make everything worse, and that makes everything better. So by making things worse, things are better because you're forcing the worst. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, toke! Reading lore that I'm passing on a train going 100 miles an hour. Yep. That's what I said. Like, for instance, for like my book, this is the lore. This is the lore that's actually in the book. And this is the lore if you look super, super deep between the lines. But no one will ever know this, because this is the only thing that's ever going to be in my head. Right? The whole motherhood thing is insane. Very much just a teaser for book 50. But everyone said since they're super weapons. I mean, it makes sense. Why wouldn't you? And you talked about that earlier, too. Like the power of breeding, right? Like slave-specific breeding and stuff like that. Duke Atlas took his mask off. The blood of the pig caked against his wicked hair. He was pale and skinny. His protruding lips and cheekbones were outside of his head almost. His skin tight against his head spoke of a man without nourishment. His hair was fuzzy and oiled, swept back with product, giving his head the appearance of a launching animal. He turned to his men as they subsided, royal guard trudging into the room heavily. Behind Shields, Hendrik came in, small, on his cane, and scouring at the devil-bodied man. Bam, bam, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, drums played. They all turned to the pig-headed soldier. He was sitting atop one of the pedestals with his feet dangling over a skeleton, a pigskin drum on his lap. With spoons in his hands, hammering it briskly. Pause between each burst. The silence of the chamber filled with death was an ingredient in the melody. The Duvrimi thing is a monk culture, and they believe two Santos brothers, extremely rare, will bring peace again. They believe they're in a dark age because those two gods who are supposed to basically watch Earth are Centilist and Cantilist, Paragon and Ohm. Doom Viri. Okay. Bam, bam, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Hendrik leaned, Patrick taking his crown off for him with his handkerchief. Put it in his pocket. Hendrik touched his arm. Wait, no. Pulled the crown out of Patrick's coat, putting it on his head. If I fall, I want to be wearing it. Soldiers let him go through. 30 men or so behind Hendrik, armed to the teeth. just waiting for the pigs to make a move. "Stop that!" Patrick screamed at the drummer. The drummer stopped immediately. Hendrik put a hand out to Patrick. "It's okay." Patrick nodded and gave Hendrix his sword. His former captain's sword. Hendrik palmed Biltmore's sword. It was an older smithed royal blade, incredibly more light, more strong. Gave Hendrik the belief of his success. Hendrik stood in the center of the room. He looked up at the light coming from the stained glass above them. How beautiful it would be to die at a place like this, surrounded by the corpses of my foes. The drumming began again. The macabre, almost mechanical man stepped forward. He put a hand on Hendrik's shoulder. "You deserve a more painful death than this." He gave Hendrik a smile. They squared off. Hendrik trying to stay his balance without his cane. Pain was already in his groins. The slender Duke wiped his similar sword before he faced him, tossed a cloth to the side, caught by one of his soldiers. They lunged, tapped swords hard. Hendrik's arm flaying to his side with the impact. He rescinded and adjusted his grip on the handle. Men laughed. Patrick gave them a deadly scowl, and they silenced themselves. The drummer boy adjusted his cadence, seemingly following the rhythm of the Duke's footsteps to amplify his presence and strike discordance. Hendrik used the rhythm to match his footwork, but his movements were stiffer and painful. The bridge of wooden song that arched between each of them created a natural trance, and as the drummer stopped a beat, they both lunged reactively. Hendrik stabbed again, pouring strength into the man's center, which was glanced slightly. But he struck again. He struck true. Hendrik's blade struck outside of his ribcage, severing a little off of his figure. The Duke pushed into this. It was a bizarre method. "Why is he behind me?" Hendrik thought. The man's leg ducked Hendrik's leg, and he stumbled over, hitting his face and trying not to groan. The pigs were cackling like banshees. The Duke standing triumphantly as he looked around at them. He didn't seem to notice or care that he'd been stabbed. Hendrik shouted, "A sword duel to the death." "We said nothing about grappling." The drummer stopped. Pigs laughed more. The royal guard tensed up as Patrick came forward slowly. "What does your baby king think this is? He must be the primer man to be a king," the Duke said. Patrick put his hand up, standing next to the Duke. Patrick said, "Hendrik, stand up." And he did. His legs were burning under the strain. Patrick looked at the Duke. "We can now continue, assuming that grappling is not fair play." The Duke nodded respectfully. The Duke said, If I cannot beat this cripple by sword, then I'll take my own life," Patrick said. "But you did strike him, and I believe if you were to allow me to strike you just once, then all would be deemed equitable. A blow of equivalent force." The Duke smiled, yellow teeth aflash. The Duke nodded. "You are a man of good terms. Allow that I can recover my senses the way that he has." The Duke pointed to Hendrik, now back to his feet. "Yes," Patrick said. The man closed his eyes, and Patrick brought his forearm to the side of the man's head. His thimble split his flesh open, and he fell to the floor. He winced, but did not cry out. Patrick felt as if he had struck the Duke too hard, but the Duke did not want to show this pain. Patrick took a handkerchief to clean himself and stood back, agreeing to get your shit knocked mid-fight so politely. It's a show of power to be like, you could do whatever you want to me, I'm never losing this guy. You know? It's the opposite of the Commodus Maximus, where Commodus stabs Maximus because he's like, I have to injure you to win. But even though Maximus is basically dead, Commodus still can't fucking beat him. Atlas put his hands up, standing and taking his sword. Men clapped. Hendrik stomped one leg on the ground. Patrick stood back. The drumming began again. They exchanged a series of blows, both conservative and incorrectly dangerous, the Duke many times correcting his grips before he stopped himself from seizing Hendrik with brute force. Hendrik's mouth was open in agony, but he did not make a sound. The nerves in his legs around his penis felt like they were pumped full of kerosene. You mean the absence of his penis? His hamstrings, bending and bowing like mantises, were tender. His eyes were watering. The Duke made a motion, his feet outstretched too far, and he fell. He's got a knob. It's canon. Hendrik's sword was too far past. He tripped, and both were on the ground for a second before Hendrik kicked away on his back. The Duke picked himself up far faster than his sword was swiping to Hendrik's head. Ting! Hendrik's head bled profusely immediately, and his crown fell on the floor. A large scratch over the top of it. It rolled and stopped. Hendrik swore, standing back up. He took his sword. The Duke lunged forward. Hendrik parried him once, and the sword was over him again. He went limp. The only way he would escape was to dive backwards. He couldn't see the sword. Hendrik closed his eyes, and there was a loud bang across the room. The Duke screamed as the flame expanded into his body. Patrick's thimble was ablaze. The guards, who'd never seen it before, wild with awe. Patrick turned to the first pig soldier with a polearm, splitting him down the middle, and behind that man a skeleton clattered to the ground, free from its chains. There's a surge of outrage from the militia for just an instant before the entire royal guard let loose their machine fire. Hendrik on the ground held his arms over his head, barely protecting himself. Patrick basically has a laser gun. Oh, isn't that a little bit unfair? Like, isn't that a little over the bounds? It's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna win. Fuck you. This is how you win. You force them into pretending that you're faking, but he bailed him out of the fight. Yeah, it was over just like that. Not fast enough. Hendrik made 100 men honor his command, and just like that, 50 more men were dressed in bullet holes. We're establishing that Patrick sucks still. Patrick's like, fuck this. I'll do whatever I take to win. Fuck honor bullshit. Just do the whole Mars attacks things. You know, the Russian propaganda. Go in with a diplomatic mission and then just kill everyone and say that it was a complete accident. He sat on the stairs outside, wide and winded, but he gave him a shot to impress everyone. I mean, he is all about perspective and appearance and, like, high and mightiness, right? Like, he views himself as the savior, right? So it makes sense. So it's just all for Hendrik, yeah. Sat on the stairs outside, winded, having been through 2 different men's liquor-tongued canteens. He was wiping the spout of a third and wrapping his teeth around it. Told you if you hesitate, I'll have to step in for you. You did not say that, Hendrik said. He swore. What was I thinking? You were thinking it'd be damn easy. You figured worst that happened is you fuck him up and his men ask you to spare him, Patrick said. Hendrik. I was thinking I might die. That's all I could think about. He looked at Patrick. That was nice. Arthur and the surveyor walked quickly past the construction crew that was working on filling the clock tower base. They'd searched the entire library while the soldiers were preoccupied with something else. They had dozens of documents they thought might be the right one. Birth records, blood samples, none matched, and none mentioned centilists. Turning through each one on the machine, the surveyor asked, where else would they hide stuff in the palace? Inside the basement of the old clockwork, basalt bricks were decked with cobblestone. We've got to be quick. We're gonna fill this in any minute now. They're gonna fill this in any minute now, Arthur said. Must be some way into the tunnels, right? The surveyor asked. And Arthur asked, are you willing to take the chance that there isn't? They walked around, surrounded by stacks of concrete mix, piles of burnt books and stacks of robes, trinkets, and jewelry by the box. Arthur asked, what are we looking for? It'll probably be paper, the surveyor joked. Knowing the council, they probably put it in a golden box that says, do not open to the front on the front. Arthur kicked a case over, paper of all different ages and colors falling across the entire floor. He knelt down and touched them with a sigh. This is too much for us. Let me try my sight. You've got sight? Surveyor asked. Arthur nodded and replied. Arthur picked up a picture of the wall of the council, standing seriously together. It's an in-between kind. I'm no dream walker. I don't know exactly how to describe it, Arthur said. I need something with the clock tower on it. Then I can see where the dock is hiding. Arthur took out a clay knife from his bag, thumbing the blade. Arthur took the surveyor. You gotta get out of here, though. It's gonna cave. I gotta get out. What the fuck are you gonna do? The surveyor said, then pointed out. And we gonna dig it out. Arthur sighed. I'll have to see what strings I can pull on the oboe planar, he said. It's not a joke. I'll be done in a second. I need you somewhere in the machinery that isn't gonna crush you. Tell the workers to fuck off, too. Arthur put the painting down? His dumb body ready. Bloody thumb ready. Put the painting... down. Surveyor climbed out haphazardly when the ground started to sag under him. His hat fell off, and he sprinted out of the way as the guard tilted even further out before he heard a massive crush. The entire basement turned into a crater, machinery sliding in. Arthur nowhere to be seen. The world did this. The world disappeared. It went well over in every way, ducking and shining until it shrunk, and it disappeared every time like a saucer that passed into Arthur's gaze, and then he woke up. He tipped back. The smell of the dark basement disappeared, turning into something like butterscotch and velvet. There were seats around him. When he stood up, a massive theater with a stage set in front of empty seats. Where are we? The voice in his head said. Arthur whispered, I don't know, but we came in the same way as usual. Stage was set in the same way as the clock tower's basement, he realized. In other words, Arthur watched the entire history of the council carry forth in front of him. It wasn't a ghost anymore. Instead, he sat on a red seat in the empty audience at a stage that showed their plots, their lives and deaths in the style of a play. Arthur's technique had strengthened. Instead of watching in its entirety these artificial men acting out the things that happened. They spoke to him like card readers. He sat and listened. For a time this went on, and out of focus until Wright appeared, the first face for Arthur to recognize. Yeah, his magic continues to change and get stronger. He is the most trippy. I like the fact that Wright is there. We haven't seen Wright in a while. He's been like doing his own shit in the background, right? He left with the horse after the council was killed. Yeah. Arthur watched Rothford's rise to power. He watched his feud with Wright and with the council. He heard whispers from the captains of Paragonians coming to the palace. They talked about the birth of Taro and some mysterious plan. Arthur stood up in his seat when young Wright came chasing from backstage, out of breath. He was carrying a stack of papers. This must be where he hid the papers about Taro's birth. Get closer, the voice said to Arthur. Arthur ran to the stage and nothing happened. As he got closer, he hesitated for a second, then jumped up, bringing himself on stage. Spirit, that was playing the young Wright, looked at Arthur. He stood still. Oh shit, Arthur said. I'm not supposed to be on the stage? Wright didn't seem to hear him. He ran past Arthur and locked the cellar door with a grunt. Wright walked towards the edge of the door. He took a pole arm in one corner and lifted a stone loose for several minutes. Until he realized a massive lockbox underneath the stone floor. Wright was obviously unhinged. Whatever was going on, whatever was in the papers, it overcame even his cool nerves. Wright looked inside the lockbox at all the council's hidden documents. He closed his eyes. Arthur can't believe he was the man he trusted with this. Wright was smart, sure, but he was also an extremist. Chances were, if he knew where the secrets were, he would leak as much info as he could. Maybe they didn't know that yet. Arthur turned behind him, then there was loud knocking. Wright turned as well. It's been made. Wright pulled a revolver out of his breeches. The door burst in. An old man with clean-cut hair stomped inside in royal uniform. It was Biltmore. Arthur had heard the name, but the captains rarely stepped into the council chambers for the discretion of the councilmen. "Get out!" young Wright growled to the captain. "This is where you've been keeping secrets. Why should I get out?" Biltmore said, chest puffed up, staring the young man down. "This," he snatched the papers from Wright. "All of this time, my greatness, my legacy," he shouted. "Your deceit," Wright scoured at him. Pulling the papers back, several of them tore. Arthur rushed over to the papers, picked one of them up. It was graphs and charts of the Sentinelist form, journaling drawings of child of Taro. Drawings of a child of Taro. This is what he needed. He picked up as many of the papers as he possibly could. Wright was scuffling with Biltmore now. The two, not trying to hurt each other, fought over the bending, crumpled papers that were in his hands. "Can you bring those papers from the past?" Skull on his head asked. Arthur answered, "Hoping so. I've done things that make sense with magic before." Arthur turned to watch as they wrestled. Wright grunting helplessly under the arms of the tailor focused Biltmore. Biltmore drew his sword. The boy scurried back. Biltmore said, "Give me those papers!" The sword pointed at Wright. Wright was holding his stomach. He was bleeding from an unseen strike of sword already, and he was out of breath. "Fuck you!" Wright bellowed, his voice hoarse, like a demon out of nowhere. Decades of youth and rage jettisoned out of him with a flash at that horrible moment. Flashed at the horrible old man. Wright drew his gun. Biltmore didn't move. "What are you gonna do, pussy? Like you won't kill me. My men will." Wright shot Biltmore right between the eyes. "Deserved." Arthur watched the councilman kill the captain. "Holy shit," he whispered. And the man's body dropped like stone. Wright turned away, eyes closed. He went against the wall, crying, and slid to his knees. Arthur could hear footsteps upstairs, the council rushing to see what had happened. Arthur took the papers. Looking over his shoulder, he rushed behind the curtains of the stage, pulled the exit door open into darkness. He looked back at the scene for a moment. In the open air of the palace grounds, men were rushing towards the accidental caving clock tower basement, pulling men out of the wreckage. Hendrik and Patrick ran as fast as Hendrik could to see what happened. "Oh, ads in a sec here. We're gonna get us fucking ads. God damn it. Ads. We don't need no ads. Ads, 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 ads. But yeah, something clearly happened with Wright and John and Biltmore. And I'm like, would this have sparked the reason for the death? And we heard Jack say that John killed Biltmore, but he doesn't know the truth. And now we know the truth. That it was actually... Damn. But for some reason, they protected Wright. Well, he was a councilman. Of course they're gonna protect him. Even Pat. I mean, he's got the plan to win. Are we gonna get rid of the guy who's gonna fucking make, like, he's like our war wizard, man. Our strategist, our dude, our guy. He's the guy. The dude. This is like the Tower of Joy of this series. Where you get like 10 pages of that one story until the last book. This is always sitting there lingering in your head. Yeah, Wright might be worse than Hendrick. Damn. That's crazy. But I think we're going to stop there. Is that a good place to stop, Prol? Right on the revelation, right on the cliffhanger. Get to the hug. Okay. In the open air, the palace grounds, men were rushing towards the accidental caving clock tower basement, pulling men out of the wreckage. Hendrick and Patrick ran as fast as Hendrick could to see what happened. There makes a choice, then he hugs somebody. How many people were inside? Patrick shouted to no one in particular. He took his gloves off and carefully made his way into the site of the cave-in. Survey team shouted to him, Your Highness, your lieutenant is inside. Patrick gave the man in red a perplexed look and hurried down into the wreck. His eyes watered heavily. The air was thick with old stone and smoke. His nose stung as he breathed in. Put his mouth over his mouth. His hand over his mouth. Arthur flung to life. Same burning sensation in his throat as when he died, but this time different. More melancholy, more confused. Struggled under the weight of the rubble. His pants choked around him with gravel. Suddenly the weight gave out and he exploded out of the dirt, gasping for air. Patrick ran over to him. Patrick grabbed the man covered in dust. His mouth was open under the skull, gasping for breath. The fuck happened? Patrick demanded to know. Arthur stood up, shambling past him. He had the papers in his hands, eyes covered in soot. He found the surveyor above him, standing out in red. He chased to him, shoving the papers into his arms. Get out of here, Arthur whispered, pushing the man away. Get out while the gate is still open, Arthur told him again, and the man walked quickly to the other way. Arthur, Patrick yelled, running to him. Arthur, who is that? Grabbed Arthur's arm. I didn't know, Arthur said, soaked by dust. Patrick coughed. No what? What the hell happened? Wright said, I didn't know the councilman killed your dad. Patrick was shaken by him suddenly mentioning Biltmore. Oh, Patrick said, yeah. Wright killed him? Arthur asked. Patrick sighed. Then he nodded. They stood by the wreckage, shaken, tired. Arthur walked up to Patrick. Patrick looked at him. Arthur reached around Patrick, wrapping his uniformed arms around him. Arthur was giving him a hug. Jesus, Patrick sighed. Put his arms on him, too. They stood for a second as the men watched. I'm slightly confused here, but I think what's going on is this is like a forgiveness thing of being like, holy shit, you know? Like, why didn't you say anything? But I understand why you couldn't say anything. So it's like, maybe I shouldn't treat you this way. Or it's like, maybe everything I know about you. Yeah, it's just like, I know why you're the way you are. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, damn, man. And also a building just fell on me, and you're my only homie. Yeah, you're the only one left. It's like, fuck, man, what do I do now? Damn, that's a hell of a time. That definitely pulls you in. So we'll start here next time. Be a little bit of a shorter chapter tomorrow. But maybe we can add, you know, more of the next chapter in if we don't have anyone else depending, because I don't have anything necessarily planned for tomorrow. Yeah, they have a bromance. But I mean, that's a good thing, right? Bromance is epic, right? Just woke people be like, oh my god, they're male best friends, they're gay. It's like, no. Dude, it's just, you can have, like, a fucking bromance. Straight up. You're just, like, really, really fucking good friends. You get along really fucking well, you know? Shit like that. It's just the way that it is. Suck a dick, bitch. Right? But now, are you guys ready for the ultimate masterpiece? What I think is probably, I don't know, but I think, because I haven't watched it yet, so I don't know. Yeah, for 2 books, and then in the third Arthur's basically a god, and Patrick is just off trying to get revenge on one guy. Alright. So you guys gotta judge me as harsh as you can. I don't know how to wrap up their story. I hate that. That's why I always have the ending first. Let's see, what did we get? Oh, you know, 850. That's not too bad. 850. Alright, alright. Okay. I gotta take a piss, we're gonna grab a toke, and then we're gonna... This is the Diablo video I've been working on for like a week and a half. They go pretty damn far for an arc that is just mutual admiration and protecting each other. Alright, remember, judge me harshly. Judge me on my words, on my storytelling, on my immersion. Everything. Is it a good YouTube video? Is it a good story? Is the editing done well? What did you not like about it? Where did you get lost? When did you just turn the stream off because it was just bullshit? 3, 2, 1, toke!
On my ab. On my absence, evil has moved. Returned as I am, the pits of hell will know to fear the name Jilbuma. The blood of the innocent, the blood of the willing, and the blood of the guilty will merge to purify this realm. Can this build beat the time set by the World Stone's heart? What has become of the Soul Stone in Jilbuma's skull? And can Jamali return with his ebon heart? Then, there's the build. Does the perfect weapon for this run exist? And can I finally find a legit 4-socket polearm within a reasonable time? Dive into today's video for this and more! Putting on the magic find gear to get into the torment zones. Lead this off the startled breath with the death and decay of the rotten earth into the tombs we delve.
I'll put that to good use.
Changing up the merc for some more accuracy, which will be a massive bane in this elemental melee run. The mighty fists of those who roam before plummet my skull to the floor. With death comes another long journey, beyond sight, before catching my mind and my own body. Back to the hunt. Destroy those puny beings who think a god-made flesh can forgive them for their divine transgressions. Good night, sweet beasts, for the rise of hope will quench the thirst of this world's blasphemy. Here we go. Let's do this. If you know, you know. Finally got a break, right? Here we go. Wait, what? Yeah, that happened. I'm a retard. But okay, let's move on. Spears? Not polearm. I'm sure I've done this before.
Fucked up the rune
Hopefully you
word because I'm
haven't.
retarded.
Yeah. Insight does not work in spears. It only works in polearms. Fuck me. How about slaughtering a cow or 2 or 3 or more? Always more, many more. All this magic find.
Yo, what's up,
Blessed?
Blessed?
Good, right? The booze of the forest of meat overcome me, but the fire of heaven and the lightning of my fists with the chaos bolts of my feet. These beasts burn, boil, slice, and cool upon my plate. The waste of such good meat is not lost on me.
Where do you line the AI versus man-made art spectrum?
And bring upon this grand
If it's
place.
good, it's good. If it's bad, it's
For
bad.
for all
Period.
time. Gotta have some fun though, so let's move to something random. Follow the torments. Forwards to fate, the blood raven. Interrogate her over the blood. Where did the Countess learn of such a ritual? The origin of this would tell me all I must know of the path set before me. The hollow ache of the missing stone in my forehead is not lost on me. The visions of the end of the world cannot be simple things. A space and time beyond my own, where the blood runs true. Just not my blood this day. More loot. Shank and Eldritch. Nothing. Oh, that will do. Some crafting is in order. Let's get something set up. Boo! 2 sockets.
This is auto recording you? Yeah, this is the video I made today.
To stop the mana problems. Nothing can go right. That's the fun of the journey, though. If it was easy, it wouldn't be worth doing. Perhaps, though, this armor can improve for my merc. He dies way too easy. I'm not sure if it will make a difference, but I have to try. So, let's go make a show out of hell.
I'll put that to good use.
I press my hand to the scar. There's not a scar on my forehead. The skin is smooth and primed. But something lurks under it. A darkness I cannot hide nor run from any longer. Strange visions haunt my nights, and even stranger thoughts haunt my days. Jamali is but a fleeting dream upon my side. One day he is there, another he is gone. I feel as though my very mind is fleeing my flesh. The pain and torment of my past, like runes etched onto my soul, moving from flesh to flesh as my spirit is torn across this land in search of rest, or perhaps something else.
Good evening.
Call of blood on
Content
my
is working
hands
so well for me.
far
Hell
too
yeah,
hard to
blessed.
ignore. My actions, almost not my own, as I fell the beasts of this broken world. Blood is important here. It fuels you, brings the fire of the heart to bear. The first step was innocence. The Countess preyed on it. Now I prey on her. How much good that damn woman was. Killed her multiple times, and still she would not break. I need to abandon my efforts for more fruitful endeavors. As a fine weapon drops, it's prepped. Here we go. Well, would you look at that? Well, I guess I just cannot do this. World is against me at every turn. There goes another celebration up in smoke. Well, back to the grind.
Finally get it, and fucking mercenary can't use it because he doesn't have enough strength.
Great tormentor lays.
Fucking hell, man.
Smith.
My luck. Seekings to become educated on current and future of AI creative works. Ah, I see, bless you.
Torture those who wound up in his path. The blood of the guilty would run through his veins. Another piece, the visions and the voices.
Now I have the sorcerer from
Pushes
D1
me
saying
towards
I'm not a
fate.
milkmaid stuck in my head.
A malice. This should go to Charcy.
With this hammer, Charcy creates for me a grand pair of boots.
Thinking if I master AI
Foot and a
creative,
deft
I could make
heel
some money.
bring my
Hell
bones
yeah.
to the dirt. I know exactly whose blood can soak these. And Dario, another guilty. Without the blood from the smith, and Dario is my new best bet for a way to close this hole in my mind.
Should I copy paste what I have from my hero's journey story outline?
Fight.
I mean, if you want to throw it in the Discord,
is not the
blessed.
only thing that fires my soul. Jealousy is a weapon wielded well against the forces of evil. Their own weapons are their greatest end. In a boil of words, the voice chimes at my heart. Countess Stalk of Blood is moved to the east. The Herodra of the Sea have moved to the Jewel of Golain. Ending fresh evil with its toil and trail of dread. Wherever the blood flows, the rise of hell follows its wake. A means of bonding.
Apparently I put a lot of these transitions like one too far ahead because I moved everything around and I think I fucked up the transitions.
The angelic.
Because they're supposed to have transitions between the different sections of the
And
thing.
Ebon Heart for
It,
an
like that,
angel.
right?
But what would the blood of the willing
So that one was on
fall
point.
under? These answers
Some of them seem to be
must
off.
Be found with the fouling.
Like
of
before I go into Radamant, like okay, well that one works. So maybe it was just a couple of them were off, but that's how it should be.
This place is unbidden to the ways of water. Blood does not flow under this city as it once did. Hone my skills and tempt my fate is something that is yet to be touched by the change that new blood brings to beasts starved of such things for centuries.
Will you read it on stream? I mean, if we have time, because we also have to watch StarCraft, right?
Immediately
So it
back
depends on how
underground.
long it is.
Narrow paths, the ooze and slime, the insects and monsters. This hole in the ground.
Otherwise, we can
leading
read it
to the
tomorrow.
darkness. But in that absence of light of the Herodrum,
Yeah. Cause like I don't want to, like I'm trying not to stream as long, right? I'm trying to like
the monster's den, the worm that
hold myself back,
madness,
so I don't have another seizure,
devouring our hope within thought.
I have a part to work on anyway. Ah, nice.
The staff of kings is now in my grasp. Speaking of weapons,
no,
let's
I'm
try
just
to get that
saying, like, so I
insight
don't,
from the gems,
right?
and we have
So
our
I don't push
mana
myself hard.
set. Until Jamali can no longer survive, that is. And back into the desert. I'm like, no way. There's the exit here at the beginning. Oh wait, it is! Had to run all the way around. Yay! Into the Claw Viper Temple. This shouldn't be too hard. Oh wait, no! Well, never turns out right. But that which does not kill you makes you stronger. But I guess if you can die infinitely, like really, what does it matter, right? And finally get that amulet. Make sure a true Herodric staff to add to the collection. Not like I'm gonna need to
Dude, this
use
content
it.
is fire.
Using it will
Why,
destroy
thank you,
it,
Blessing.
right?
Thank you. I appreciate it, bro.
Some leader of this city, the mighty Jaren is. He spent most of his efforts protecting himself. He has neglected the city. The fool has called me down here to end me, I was sure of it. He has underestimated me. My suspicions are correct, and the portal in the palace is to the arcane sanctuary, the forgotten plane of the Herodrum, the sacred world where they hid all their knowledge in the broken parts of the world that connect to this hearth. These paltry demons defend this with their lives. It's no measure to my might. This world is disorienting. My soul feels apart from my skin. The world calls in a voice of aether. Into it I fall. With my head back on straight, I rush to the corners in search of my prey. The summoner. It has been told he is the guardian that protects something greater than the worlds. A key to the infinite. A limit even I find daunting. Back down from a challenge has never been the way. But there are things in this world and beyond not meant for even the strongest and hardest forged soul. From the runes in this book, the magic of the portal, the tombs of the Herodrum kings, the pillar of death that holds back the stem of hordes, to pilfer the world's soul into his prison, to share death with one higher than the souls of men. The staff I thrust into the orifice, and the holy light of heaven leads my way as lightning cracks the wall to dust. With the Kelpie snare, slow should keep Duriel manageable, and with my black, the crushing blow with the multi-kicks of Dragon Talon shall call a dire wrath upon this demon. Back into the dark depths of rotten preservation and salted flesh racking the earth with a voice of death. I call it now upon them, the death of the world. Thought hits me like a kick to the chest. Why is a great demon of hell protecting the tomb of an imprisoned primeval? As my heart begins to beat in my ears and the pulse of dread in my stomach, someone was here before me. Beyond that passage is not the prison of a foul beast, but the light of something that can carry us towards a bright future. If this is true, I must inform them of the research I've been conducting. Now in my possession, the blood can be analyzed and the mystery of the world can be unraveled. My conversation with Tyrael, the Archangel, was brought to light the essence of the world. This of a soul, the existence of angelic and demonic souls, human souls. And the ultimate final composite soul, a Nephilim soul, my soul, the binding of all. Now, I must recollect enough blood for a large craft, taking the blood of the innocent material, a large soul stone, a building block for the container of the world. I tried to upgrade craft base, but I'm retarded and it's already exceptional, and I don't have the runes to go from exceptional to elite, so this might just be our end game weapon.
I really wanted that fucking
into the
wrist sword.
spider cave for the Eye of Kaleem. Stock as much blood of the willing. The will of Kaleem will have to wait for the large Ebonheart. Crushing my foes beneath my feet, I prevail and delve into the depths of the jungle, searching for the ties to the deeper city structures of Kurast, the heart of the council and the Durance, where Mephisto, the mighty evil of this land, dwells, as does the portal to hell, whence came all this foul death and hatred. Twisted beings and dark shadows devouring the land and its people. If we do succeed, will there even be a world left to recover? It is not my job to dwell on the things I will never see. My journey ends at the gates to the world stone's void. Call from the Mother Crystal.
I can't carry anymore.
It is as a past life haunting me. Every smell and touch a reminder of a time before. Another passing of the defecated floors, the bloodied walls, the dusted causeways. Beings of darkness wash their filth into the deepest holes. The ashes of the past have one purpose on me, a reminder of my success. For the light at the end of the tunnel always appears as if a dream. Rain now is mine, heart and, well, we all know what they meant by flail. The four properties of a man, is it not? Eyes to see, brain to think, heart to feel, flail to fuck. Such is the method of transferring and building a population of beings.
His flail's his penis.
This purpose is still
But he has 3
elusive to
balls.
even the Herodrum. Are we but slaves meant to be consumed by our masters? Cattle, bred and raised for the slaughter? I will fight back with every inch of my being until all but the void forgets my existence. Jamali has told me to carry on. Oh, it is my fault for the lack of gear. I've torn him through this hell with naught but rags. Now, as he falls, the revive is too much. Broken and beaten, a husk of himself. He can rest. I will fucking ads. Oh, but yeah, so you guys like it so far? Like, I think it's definitely could be considered the best one so far. I think if we continue down this route of not having fuck ups. I think the story is definitely the strongest. The commentary is pretty good. So yeah, I think this might be our best video, which means every time we make a video, we make a better video, and we just have to keep making better videos until we make an amazing video, right? And then we just have to keep making better videos, and then we'll just keep doing it, right? Like I said, the next thing I want to try is Elden Ring after I do the Amazon run through. So I want to do one more set of Diablo, and then I want to do Amazon, or I want to do Elden Ring playthrough. I think that would be cool. And do like a storyline for each boss, like for each area. You could do like some really cool stuff with it. Plan it out beforehand, like literally like storyboard, like different shots and stuff like that. Like make it like a fucking
epic, like, fucking cinematic and everything. I think that'd be fucking badass. Because you could do a lot more with storytelling in a game like Elden Ring or like Oblivion or, you know, just a general RPG, right? Like, I'm very constrained in what kind of story I can tell with Diablo, but it's just that, like, I really like playing Diablo, and turning Diablo into content is like, okay, that's prime, right? Plus, you know, the last video's got a lot of views, so, you know, keep going with what's working, right? Why fix what ain't broken? But if we can't maintain that or hit above 1K with the Amazon videos, then we'll definitely do Elden Ring, and then we'll test Elden Ring versus Diablo, and we'll do like statistics, and, you know, if they're relatively the same, we can try something else, right? And just keep trying different things until we break that 1,000. Because right now, normal videos suck. Diablo videos seem to go pretty hard, but there could be things that go even harder. So never stop just because you think it's better. But anyways, back to the video. Carry the world for us both. You have done your job well, my friend. Rest until the day I call upon you once more. For there are things even I must not face alone. But for now, this pitiful council of old decrepit twisted men is but bones beneath my feet. With the overflowing blood of Kaleem, the large ebon heart is added to the collection. Now is the time of will. Destroy the orb, open the seal, confront the monster. Hold fast to the hope of the world as it rests on your back. Take this darkness and stomp it from the world. His taunts are hitting my heart. His words burn into me. The struggle of combat is what I must focus on. My fists and feet must act as my barrier. Press hard to the enemy and turn them to dust. Bring them to their rage. Use their weapons against them. Bring folly to their movements. Overwhelm with your heart. Bring the beast to bear. Crush the evil with your light. There is nothing you cannot accomplish when your heart and soul strive for it. The high heavens reward their own, the faithful. And that I pity him. Hatred, not horror, not contempt or rage or even disappointment, but the almost lack of a struggle. His minions were far worse than him. It is only pity and remorse that our eyes meet as I pluck his from the very heart of his bones. To the unbelievers he curses. My boot brings him to ash. With the soul stone, I can now compare this to the large one we crafted. Tyrael will know more. I must seek him out past this portal. Who knows where it will lead? Tyrael had already planned for this. The portal led me directly to him. His analysis has come to the conclusion that the stones are primordially the same. The source of their creation is now confirmed. Even without the greater magics of the Haradrim themselves, the power of the cube is their ultimate testament to preservation. There is but one piece left. Even through the foes we have defeated, there is but small drops of the blood of the guilty. We need much more before we can make even a basic construction. Even to Tyrael, he has no fathom of the consequences of that creation. Who would dare to try conjuring the very pits of hell? Those who venture to its very gates and beyond. Those beings are such as I am, the Nephilim. His you all is perhaps a strange case. As a fallen angel, his blood might be useful. I'm lucky to have a small travel distance to his engagement. Not crossing the eternal plains of hell searching for a single broken entity. He came at my beck and call of challenge.
is not what he is. Might is what I am, and my sweet flesh craves for his plunder. The beast not resist. However, the scale of underestimation proves the arrogance of those who dwell in the depths of despair. And beneath me he is, apologizing, and
Greetings.
I guess I can offer my forgiveness. If but one thing were from him, catalyst. That is what this brings. A means to forge all into one. To ponder on a fathom of thought carried by the winds of time can only be found in the vessel of obedience. Let the world speak its soul unto you, create that which shall be broken, replace the heart of the world, recall the mother crystal's soul, shatter the darkness of the corruption, the screech and the fall of the hammer, the shatter of the shadow, the elimination of the first primeval, sending its essence to the darkest depth of the burning hells, to forever fall into the eternal pit. I made the dumbest mistake, because I am, again, retarded. I should have just shattered the stone first and finished the quest with the fucking hammer, but luckily I got the portal in the right place. Lesson learned, I hope. Don't jump over impossible to get 2 spaces, even if you feel like you should outbeat the map, because it did it to itself. Anyways. Some maps are fucked. RNG's a bitch, man. Here is where I'm just pushing as hard as I can through to the end of the challenge. I've tried to get new gear, but nothing has been successful. From here on, I run into the potion wall. Run out of gold, I have to start farming a bit before getting back to the grind of clearing a path to the sanctuary. In Nightmare, I just ran through it and told myself, I'll just never forget my portal. And had to almost redo an entire boss run because I couldn't get my body back. Classic attacks! So this was not exactly frustrating, as it was just a slow, steady crawl. But I'm impatient and always fuck up near the end. 90% of the way there. Put up with all this slogging the whole time, but nope. Run for it! Dead, restart, hours gone. This totally isn't foreshadowing, I swear. The heat of the flames surround me. It does not compare to the flames I bring from above. The meteors to burn, the lightning to stagger, the ice to freeze. A great use of all elements. And my boots to shatter. Nothing stands in my way. It may take time, but they will fall to me. The curse of amplify damage and decrepify are the only struggle I face. Without a speed flurry of slashes and stabs and punches and kicks, the resistance to my ice leaves a small window for reapplying. Keeping perpetual frozen enemies in my wake is the key to this build, the strategy to dominate all but the cold resistant. It can be ignored, or separated and crushed individually. Only a horde of cold resistance can be my downfall, or a lack of positioning and endurance for recovery. Mana without insight is a hell of a bitch in general. With mana drain, it's just a floppy, flailing, flaccid arm. My strength comes from the power in my blood, the weapons in my hands, the armor on my back, the power of my past, the belief of my friends, the hope of those I've protected, and the will of those who wish to see another day. I will give it to them all, with all that I have, and that all that I am, I will push through these beasts into the heart of the shadow and flame, to bear witness to its end. The ritual has begun, but I've interrupted enough. Diablo has come for me personally. The fallen hero himself. the consumed, the broken, the condemned. You veiled the visions of my end in nightmare come. The torture and death inflicted in my name? The cause of this all now coming to me. I fall from grace. My choice to remove the ebon heart from Jamali. I am the shadow. I am the evil that wrought this world to its sundered knees. Look the world and I laughed. Tears streaming down my face as my heart begins to wither from it. The numb of acceptance taking over me. Nothing I can do but redeem myself in this life. With the knowledge and power at my hands, I will resecure the balance of good and evil. Let men make their own choices for their own fate. Press the voice of the abyss back into the void and silence it for eternity. Only the light will prevail and procreate in my mind. For those before and those after, I will crush this evil, and though not through forgiveness or redemption, but for humility, with the peace in my heart and calm in my mind, the light of truth guiding my fate, holding on to my sanity in the depths of this forsaken hell, the final fall of the second primeval, the stone cast upon the anvil, and the hammer striking true, the cry of Diablo's fall into the pit to join his brother for eternity. With Tyrion's blessing, he sends me to the heart of the world, Mount Ariat, location of the World Stone, the life force of Sanctuary. Baal has come for it. All that stands in his way is me. I have called upon Jamali for his insight. Clock's ticking. The corruption is spread. If we are to stop it, we must re-strategize. These minions of Baal are beyond number. I call Jamali to rush ahead and scout with my shadow. Direct me to the edge of the Ancient's way. Call to the spirits of the past and create a pathway for the worthy. The task is daunting and he knows the cost. He accepts nonetheless. We are at the end of the journey. The time for half measures is past. There is only the full commitment to whatever it takes to save this world. Survival to the end, sacrifice for the greater good. Even though in his eyes I know he remembers as much as I do. The flash of the visions of the end, the last line of defense fall into darkness, me tangled in the twilight of infinite power. The corruption of the soul stone upon my flesh in this plane is only a shadow of the former life. Its feel and echo reminding me what my cause and purpose is. The faithful Jamali places in me, guides me into the light. But the intrusive thoughts of betrayal for plot's sake sink into my mind. It is a good sign. I'm still human in some way. I'm still flawed. But those flaws make me who I am. And who I want to be is driven by my desires. I seek an end, rest, finality. But that comes after. For now, the ancients call my name, the barbarian guardians of the summit. They will test my heart, my purity, my ambition, and desire. Last time we had a massive arrogance problem with the ancients. I died on Talik from the damn whirlwind like 20 fucking times. But hey, we got super lucky with the mods off the bat though on this one. We just popped through them. Separate and then just slowly grind them down. Heroes, they say, but no more they are. I am the hero now.
This is where my sound fucked up just for a little bit.
The mountain opens.
I don't know why it does this sometimes.
Leg of the journey, the world's stone keep. The blood of the guilty at my fingertips. the last piece. The accumulation and congregation of all that embodies the soul of sanctuary. The embodiment of freedom and peace. Paradise, away from the eternal war. A place where the demonic and angelic merge to balance their ideals. Now, there is all in one. The fear, hatred, sorrow, jealousy, and disdain of demons. The sympathy, courage, forgiveness, grace, and humility of angels. The soul of mortals can sway on either side to any scale. With the freedom of thought and a world to explore, we have become more than could have ever been imagined. Now we stand on the brink of the end as the ones who will cleanse the world, prove the faith of the high heavens in the souls of men. So I ran into a major problem I knew was going to be an issue, but I was betting and gambling, and I always lose when I gamble. And that bet failed right at the brink. So I skipped every waypoint from the frozen tundra onwards. I knew if I just got to the World Stone Keep level 2 waypoint, I would be golden. So I went for it. I got lucky with level 1 going straight to level 2. Boom, easy. And then right beside it, oh, look at that. It's either the third way down or the waypoint, but I got distracted by souls. Not souls! It's literally pretty much the only thing that can fucking stop me, and of course there's also an elite in the center of the pack, literally on the bridge, blocking it. I was so mad. I tried so hard, so many ways, spent more time trying to get that waypoint than the whole run would be just going back. Maybe twice over. But I'm stubborn. I just needed to get past those souls. Then I was like, wait, I might be dumb. The entrance to level 3 might not be there. Or it might be there, and the waypoint might be on the other side. But nope, went all the way around to the other side, and there's the level 3 down. So here I am thinking, well, do I just go for it? I don't have my body, and it's in front of the souls. So yeah, it's a total wash. And with a reluctant head shake and a fat toke to clear my head later, I'm back on the run and taking a few waypoints along the way, making sure if I can't get waypoint in level 2, I would have something to make the run shorter. But luckily, no souls, and onwards and upwards to the final boss, Bale. Each wave comes with its fury and spite and pure embodiment of the enemies we have fought along the way. The later things I've overcome, the essence of my life, my past and future, and now the present would decide it all. The fallen and the returned, council and then the Venom Lords, all fall to my fists, my feet crushing their brains and skulls, their torsos torn to shreds, limbs severed and hearts ripped from their chests. At least what remains of what would be their hearts, a small smudge of shriveled flesh. But it is filling the void. Their blood of the guilty overflows, but the final step cannot be completed. Lister and the minions of destruction are too much. They overwhelm and consume. A new strategy must be awakened. Lure them out, grab my body, get back in there and face Bale for the last of the blood. It is too much time wasted, for his corruption has reached the farthest depths of the World Stone. There's no recovering from this. At least not this World Stone. With Bale fallen and the blood taken, the cube in my hands. Materials help. We call upon the ancient magics. He casts the World Stone into the abyss, crushing the corruption into oblivion. With the blood of the innocent overflow into the large soul stone, the blood of the willing overflow into a large ebon heart, and the final piece, the blood of the guilty overflow into a large heart gem. And with the catalyst of the Mother Crystal's soul, the binding property to make it stable and whole, the full space of the cube filled, the sacrifice of our essence building with the light from the cube. The magic of this realm is far too strong for Sanctuary, and as the world begins to fall apart, we combine our essence. Bale within the large Soulstone, Tyrael within the large Ebonheart, and the Nephilim, me, within the large Heart Gem. We became the new core of the world, the new World Stone, the new voice, the new Mother Crystal, the new world. And now Sanctuary can rest, and so can I, for this journey has finished. The cycle broken, darkness defeated, light reigns supreme. The world will recover, the end of shadow and the birth of eternal sun. A civilization like no other, built on the sacrifices of those who knew their valor was strong enough to inspire others. The hope of the grace of mortal souls to rise above the evil and live with a paradise for eternity, while I slumber. Whew, what a journey! Thanks for sticking around to the end, and I hope you all enjoyed this run! Jill Booma shall be laid to rest. Perhaps one day she will return for the Ubers, but that is a journey for the future. For now, this is pretty much my gear for both Nightmare and Hell Run. This weapon was just so broken until killing with Black for bosses. The ignore defense and having boots to do my main damage also helped a lot. And finding boots, always a struggle though. At the end of the day, it was a well worth the run. Fully enjoyed it. So, next will be Elemental Amazon with crossbows only. So once again, really appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the future adventures of Sanctuary. Yeah, so what'd you guys think? Right? Right? Exactly. Exactly, right? Alright, now we have the rest
Welcome
of
back, everybody.
the ESO!
Only Terrans remain. Scan, Mong, and Sharp are all battling it out to see who is going to actually get that second spot in the round of 16. Right now, Scan and Mong fighting for the right to even be in Group A.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for either of these guys to advance with the final.
I think
boss.
Mong's gonna win. I think
awaiting them.
He's gonna beat Scan, and then Rain's gonna beat Mong, and Rain and Sharp are gonna be the two that come out of Group A.
It is incredibly
It's
painful.
my prediction.
But yeah, this matchup I think is pretty tight, pretty close between the two. I put them at a pretty similar level in Terran versus Terran, honestly. I feel like this could go either way on match point.
Should be a good match. But yeah, I mean, both these guys have a tough road ahead, man. Giant bottle of Bakari sweat there for Mong.
Mong doesn't do anything small, tasteless.
Yeah, that's right.
He's a big man!
Okay, so we're going to go to match point again here. TVT, Scan versus Mong. Yeah, let's get into it.
I want Scan to win, but I think Mong's gonna win.
Okay, Scan here in the top right and Mong here in the bottom left. You know, this map, first of all, there's not a lot of bases on it.
Scusa.
How exactly does this impact TVT? Because it does feel like there's no obvious spot that one player can carve out from the other.
It's going to be hard going for battle cruisers
this,
and getting
I
tank
feel like
lines on this map.
The match point games are like won very quickly.
Yeah.
Because first off, your natural is siegeable from outside. and
true.
the contains that you can set up on this map are absolutely brutal. Like, if you lose map control at the beginning, you could contain like outside of their natural and the high ground both very easily because, well, it's a high ground. How do you ever break that? So we should see like a lot of battling to see who gets ahead at the beginning. I don't think you'll see any sort of quick third or something. I think going 5 factories or 4 factories here, like a 4 factory defense or a 5 factory offense on 2 bases, both makes a lot of sense. Because if you get a slight positional advantage, the map is just so small. You just choke your opponent out really, really quickly then.
Yeah, I mean, TVT historically has been one of the longest matchups along with TVP, but, you know, it just seems like on this map, it's hard to make it last forever. And you also just, like we said, you don't have a ton of bases. You're going to run out of money quickly here. We've got Mong looping around here and making a barracks.
That's a hell of a barracks spot.
Presumably to make 1 or 2 Marines and then to float this inside the main, where you're going to get access to information there very quickly.
You're going to be able to scout them super
the
early
metagame on this map, Terran vs. Terran, involves a lot of forward barracks, like 11 supply barracks, not 8 barracks. So like regular economy forward barracks into potential bunker. If you can make a bunker like really quickly at your opponent's natural and it actually gets up with Marines in it, it puts you really, really far ahead because you have to go tank to break out. And the thing is they can repair like you would, you know, you can just kind of sit behind the bunker and repair it a little bit, and then the tank has to dive on that, and there's a bunch of micro going on, and just you get way ahead if you can do something like that. I don't think that anyone will let that happen. I feel like that got resolved in the first week that Matchpoint came back, that everyone knows that that's going to happen, so you're looking for it. But just to mention, we could see Mong attempt that.
You have the SCV just harassing the SCV making the factory right now, and he's going to send the first scouting SCV to come in here, but the barracks is inevitably going to be lifted off here and floated into the main. And you know, you were saying it's a lot of 2 basing, right, Artosis?
Yeah.
You got to be careful because the natural can be pushed. Oh my God, he got an SCV. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, this is part of the thing. If you go for that forward,
oh man, he's gonna get
play,
2.
you don't have anything at
No
home.
way.
Like he's sending a Marine, but look how annoying this is. Like Scan is gaining an advantage off of literally 1 SCV.
Yeah,
it's like a probe right now.
Yeah, and obviously he knows that the barracks is in the middle of the map where there would be Marines here defending, so it's not like the barracks that floats in there is going to be a surprise or anything like that.
Yeah. And he gets his command center started way ahead of Mong and kills the SCV that came
good for
in.
Scan.
And now his Marines can go ahead and attack the barracks. Scan has definitely got a way better opener here than Mong does. What Mong did here, like I mentioned, the first week that Matchpoint was back out, everyone was putting their barracks right around where Mong was and trying to put pressure on like that. And you can see that Scan had some nice counterplay to that here.
But we did see Scan get ahead in build orders here earlier in the group and kind of not succeed with that. So the question is going to be not just, you know, is his build putting him ahead, but where does he take the game from here, and how is he going to try to take the small advantage that he's got?
What does he want? Does he want to contain? Does he want to do air drop ships? Like
post expansion.
Yeah, and that actually could play into Scan's favor a little bit, just because his starport is a little bit later. If Mong's Wraith goes across the map, if you get the first volley, like Wraiths do moving shot pretty easily, so you know he might be able to get a slight advantage there. I'm not too surprised to see both sides going for this because the vultures, like you have that little ramp, so your vultures sit on top of the ramp, and then it takes extra long for the other vultures to go around the other way. Like 2 vultures on that ramp basically beat 3 vultures coming up if you micro correctly. So it's really hard to do anything with vultures early, which allows you to get your tank out, which makes it hard to do anything with vultures in the mid game. And then you have the Wraith, which is like, okay, it chases away the barracks. And Wraith goes into 5 factory really cleanly. Like you go Wraith and you like fly around with it and you're annoying. And then like you just add a bunch of factories all at once and battle for that map control. So I think that well thought out continuation on both sides here.
Yeah, and you know, Wraith, when you're both making it, you got to be really careful to not drop a Wraith on your end.
Yeah.
You know, Wraiths deal, they're very glass cannon-y. They deal a ton of damage air to air. They almost deal no damage air to ground. It's kind of funny. Just watching like 3 Marines fight a Wraith, you're like, oh.
Yeah, they lose.
That's not supposed to be how it's going to go down.
The Wraiths lose.
Like
yeah.
I think two Hydralisks
So,
kill a Wraith. I think one
but in
upgraded
Wraith to
Hydra
Wraith,
kills
you
a
know,
Wraith.
if you get the first couple
It's
of
fucked.
shots, Wraiths kill Wraiths so fast that you end up in a position where
it's a 1, 2, 3.
you know,
All
you
3 of
can
them are already
completely
dead. You
control
only
the
fired
air, the
twice.
sky.
Well, shit. Sucks to
And
be you, bro. You're
gotta,
GG.
You gotta really watch out. Like, if you're going Wraith and your opponent's going Wraith and one of you gets more Wraiths, it's something that, you know,
And
it's
then
as
you
old as
get
time.
cloak,
any
and then you
StarCraft
just
game,
cloak,
when you see
and then it's like, oh,
the mirror
fuck.
matchup, flying units being made. It's like, okay, so if you have mutas versus mutas and someone gets one more muta, they're way ahead.
Yeah.
So you got to decide then, is like, am I staying on Wraith? Am I going cloak? Am I
It's like why
adding a
you
second
never
force?
see
Am I switching into an
spores
armory?
in
Mong here is going armory
like
quickly.
ZVZ. Even
Stan
though
is getting
we
his
had
add-on for
spores in
cloak.
ZVZ in the qualifiers.
And yeah, so Mong basically chose to not play the Wraith game, which it's not his strong suit. It is absolutely, he's not a Wraith guy. Like, he can open a Wraith.
some people are.
Yeah, some people are like meant to go Wraiths.
Some
Well,
people
Wraiths,
are
you know, it's
just
funny,
meant
they
to
can
be
controlled
Zerg
like the
players.
Mutalisk. Like, you can actually
and
do
use
crazy
Mutalisk.
maneuvers with Wraiths and really damage stuff. And some Terrans have really invested in the time. I mean, it's kind of what Late is famous for, right? But they're so good at moving Wraiths around. The difference between Wraiths and Mutas ultimately are just that Wraiths are not as well-rounded and as strong as Mutalisks are, so they can't be
3,
used
2,
all the
1,
time in so many
choke.
different ways, right? Like, you have to go for Wraiths in ZVZ. Sorry, you have to go for Mutas in ZVZ. And obviously in ZVT and ZVP they're incredibly strong, but Wraiths don't have the same kind of power and strength in the other matchups.
Well, this is going to be a little bit annoying. He did do Mong did do a scan onto Scan and saw a Wraith being rallied from his starport, so he knows that that's still on the way. We'll see if he wants to go missile turrets or not, or he's just going to try to utilize, you know, his scans as the defense. And a 5th factory going up for Mong. Again, no surprise there whatsoever. Like, this is exactly the type of map where you probably do want to go 5 factory quickly.
So both sides are going to continue to power up. We're seeing Scan dart out on the map with a lot of vultures. He's even setting a couple more out here. He's going to encounter the Goliaths and the tanks. There's no easy target to hit there. Keep in mind, these vultures, they don't have mines of their own yet. So you can't quite surround anything and then try to plug the ground up with spider mines and maybe set something off that way. But the push is going to come inbound regardless. There are 2 mines here. He's got to be careful. Oh, okay. He's got just enough tanks
Cold
to kill
in
off
here.
the mines.
Jack back over.
Yeah, and looking pretty good for Scan here. Like, he's getting into a nice position to start, but with the 5 factories, Mong should be able to overpower it. But look at how annoying these Wraiths are going to be now. This is like, if you're good at utilizing the Wraiths, like, these Wraiths just won't die for a really long time. And he can use them to do things like spot up and maybe siege the natural, that type of thing.
Yeah, cloak for
Very
the win,
annoying
but he
to
still
deal
has.
He's even
turret.
forcing scans out here. The Wraiths can run away immediately. And now the vultures and tanks are just overwhelming the entrance here. Now there's more tanks here for Mong. I think it's 3 versus 4. He's planting a couple mines. They're being shot down pretty quick. Can this be flooded?
Well, Scan doesn't seem to mind. He just brings the Wraiths back to fight once again and harass the SCVs a little bit more. Ooh, one of the mines actually goes in, and I don't know if that actually connected or not, but he does pick off some additional units. Very tactical game here from Scan overall. In fact, those Wraiths could come up and target down this Goliath and really wreak havoc on those siege tanks.
That's what I was thinking. I was watching that thinking, oh, that's a really juicy shot to just take out that Goliath right there. He's got a contain on him. Remember that Scan is taking a 3rd base. So as important as it is that Mong is contained, it's also the reality that Scan has access to the rest of the map here. So he's growing. He's looking really good. There are a couple of vultures out on the map, but I don't think there's enough that it can really make a big difference here. And remember, you know, there's nowhere else to expand here for Mong. I mean, the only feasible place you could try to take would be 6 o'clock, and that's pretty far away. And even if he were to take that, he'd have to eventually deal with his contain anyways. Now, sometimes when you contain too early and you don't really have it balanced out, they can just come out here and break this down and get their own contain set up on your side of the map. But right now, Scan looks really solid with how he's got this set up.
He actually misrallied one of his tanks. So one of the tanks got clicked. You can see the edge of it there. It's actually just barely in the wrong spot. But yeah, he doesn't have anything behind this containment, really. If Mong breaks that containment cleanly, rather, he's going to have a really overwhelming army, and Scan might have a hard time holding on to anything from that point. But you can see Scan is adding a bunch of factories here. There is a dropship out on the map. Scan trying to help pick off a few more tanks here. He's got to be careful, though. If he overextends over here, I almost feel like he should maybe pull back just slightly. But he's trying to make tough trades here for Mong.
Those drop ships are good.
Okay, he's going to try to come up here again. There is a vulture drop coming out on the map. This could be bustable. I mean, it's a lot of tanks here from Mong. Mong's being very patient. Very annoying to try to push over this area, especially with the high ground here to the right. You can't quite see over that, which means the other tanks get their shot off first because the Wraiths are spotting for them. The Vultures are going to come in here and hit these SCVs, and there's nothing to defend this. I mean, it's very possible Scan loses every SCV here.
Yeah, that's doing some great damage. Now Mong is trying to break out while Scan is trying to deal with those SCVs, so very good move from him. Scans kills one of the Wraiths. There's only a single Wraith left now, so he's mostly dealt with that. But Scan has made a sick arc. Like, this is a real pain to break through still. And he gets away with a couple of his tanks, but Mong has a pretty dominating ground army right now. So even though Scan got that base up pretty quickly, even though he was pretty efficient and did some good harassment, Mong has a lot of fight left in him here. And that is a scary army. That's not an army I would want to have to try to stop his Scan right now.
Yeah, this is getting cleaned up pretty quickly here. Did Scan overextend? You know, the issue is, sometimes with really good Terrans, you see them pull out right away when they're not comfortable, and sometimes those are the best players. Like Flash is excellent at that. He'll look at a position, he'll be in pretty deep, and he goes, "No, that's it. Yeah, I've done as much as I can. I've looked at this and I've calculated I gotta abandon this position." And Mong is going to come right through here. And, dude, this is so many tanks.
Yeah.
I don't know if these 4 tanks can hold this at all. In fact, I think this is just going to get busted down. Scan's probably going to die.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is the thing. When you commit that heavily to a containment and you're expanding, it's like, okay, you might just win the game off this. But also, if they break you, you have nothing left behind. All your units are up at the front. And you're being greedy, which is fine. That's like a great way to play, and you'll win a lot of games like that. But in this particular one, like, Mong timed this really well. He did a little vulture drop, brought Scan's attention away, broke out, and now he's just making a beeline across the map and trying to break Scan. And even if he doesn't break Scan here, he's got a good position, right? Like, even if Scan ends up holding this and kind of pushes Mong back a little bit,
it doesn't matter how
Mong has
much the
map
Wraiths
control now.
do.
So the game is really shifted on its head.
At this point, it doesn't matter. But I think it's pretty much
this
GG.
is looking pretty scary. Now, the push on the low ground, he's going to have to be scanning up there. He is bringing the barracks. We can see on the mini-map. Yeah, there it is. He's going to bring the barracks and float it over here to try to hit what's up here. But it's his third base that I'm more worried about. Because this base, you can push from the high ground, which is huge, right? I mean, remember the chance to miss shots here. The Vultures are going to just fill this area up with mines, but not enough to take the tanks out. And Mong is taking a 4th base behind all this.
Yeah.
So he's continuing to grow.
Yeah, he's already got his production up. He's got enough factories. He's got a good position. Like, he's actually stopping some mining here. I think eventually he should pull back from there because Scan is going to suddenly move tanks up and bust everything. So, yeah, I think he should be a little bit careful about that. Yeah, that's a lot of Wraiths for Scan, by the way. He might actually be able to do, like, a counterplay against Mong, like what Mong just did against him. Look how low these Goliaths are.
Back the other way.
He should just fly in and kill
Yeah,
those.
I know. He's being like, I don't understand
like,
this.
ooh,
Scan is just being such a pussy
again,
with his Wraiths.
His
one advantage is the Wraiths,
like,
and he's not using them.
Every one of these tanks.
Like, it's so sad. He never should have engaged here. He never should have lost any of this.
Huge value here for Scan.
But now he can start doing this. But he needs to make sure that he doesn't let the Goliaths like mass up. Because you need like 4 times as many Wraiths as you do Goliaths. So
of course, each Wraith represents like a siege tank that you could have had because of their cost.
Sure. Well said.
Yeah, but like still, they've done so well. They're forcing him to make Goliaths as well. He's gaining some good value.
He's
but
just
he
not
does
using them
maintain, like, kind of a
tactically
smaller,
well.
weaker ground army overall.
Like that
It's
first
important
Goliath
he
that he
gets
could have
kills
probably
like
won
that.
the game off
The
of.
game still looks pretty close overall. They have similar supplies. Scan has a little bit more flexibility, but Mong has a little bit more power.
Mhm.
Now, Scan fighting back onto the high ground. Mong retreats. Mong did lose a lot of tanks in that process, a lot more than Scan. Scan traded some out, but he kept a decent amount alive here. It's going to be Scan's turn to actually try to fight across the map here. Does feel like he's pushing out right now with like too little.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Yes,
100%.
One guy's
too
going for
low.
wraiths.
Mhm.
Yeah, one guy's going for wraiths.
Yo,
the other's
Scotty,
not.
what's
The other guy's going for
up?
just
Kind
ground,
Epic Reader.
ground
Yo,
and pound,
how's it
right?
going, my
So
man?
when you have
Welcome.
a guy who's going for
We
wraiths,
just
you have to
chilling,
play a
watching
much
the
more
ASL
positional,
StarCraft season.
tactical game
So
where
we
you're
got to
ready
get in. This
retreat
is
and
Group
escape
A,
and get
day
into positions
one,
that are kinda hard to
round
fight.
of
You
24.
can't just move across the map
This
like
is,
that because you're going to end up fighting more units.
The
Oh,
losers match,
Sure,
as
sure.
Sharp has already
Yeah,
made
you
it
have to
out
kinda
in
take,
the
like,
winners
really
match.
strong and
So
smart siege
Rain is
positions.
waiting for the
The
final
thing is, he is
match.
trying to
So
get
it
as much
depends on
value out of his
who
wraiths as
wins
he can
here
right
goes
now.
up against Rain, and
Mong
whoever
will
wins
probably
there
go for
is
some
the second who
Valkyries
makes
at
it
this
out
point. Like,
for
pro gamer
the
Terrans
first
can't help
Group
themselves.
A.
They see more than 3 wraiths, and they're like, all right, it's Valkyrie time. So we might see him switch into
This
that.
season is the
which
Flash's
will
last
really shut down the race at that
ASL
point if he
ever,
gets there.
most
But,
likely.
yeah,
So it's a
like,
very
Scan is just
important
pushing
season.
a little bit too far. I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to
It'd be
cut
like
off
if
the
it was
bottom part
like
a little bit so he can actually get
like
his bottom right
Ronaldo
base.
or Messi
But
or
he keeps losing these
LeBron's
additional tanks, and he
last
can't do
season.
that. He's so gas starved right now.
It's-
You're going
it's
Wraith and
that
tank at the same
fucking
time.
big.
Like, you can barely afford either one of them.
Flash is
And
the
Mong's
greatest
sitting on
gamer
3
of all
gases,
time.
focusing on siege tanks. So Scan
Undisputably.
really should have been keeping like a more defensive stance, I think, so far with his
I got
tanks.
viral on a video because of insane catches for football.
Yeah, he
My
is
name
already so
for the
far out and dropping
YouTuber
tanks
was the
again.
Masked Killer.
This has been kind of a slugfest,
Hello,
man. It really
no.
had back and forth fights. Yeah, it's been pretty crazy.
And look at how much value he is getting with these wraiths. Like, he
Hell yeah,
did
bro.
kill off a couple of very injured Goliaths there, so he's getting these extra kills as well. Of course, once the Goliaths come down, these wraiths won't be able to do very much. And now Scan getting towards center. This is a much better amount of tanks, but he should be very careful at this. Mong does actually have enough to break this. Ooh, gets a free kill there. Very nice.
It's only +1.
Good positional siege
At
there by
+2
Scan. He's
tanks,
blocking the
2-shot.
ramp that goes to his natural,
Like a tank will
and he's
2-shot
blocking the
instead of
ramp that goes
3-shot
to
another
his third
tank.
and
So you
fourth.
want +2,
But
and
there's
armor
more
upgrades
paths
don't
than that.
negate any of that
The thing
damage. You
is,
just need
if they
+2,
keep making
and no
tanks
matter
keep
what,
heating up,
you'll 2-shot a
this
tank.
map will be cut in half relatively
It's the
soon.
most
It
important
is
and
a small
pivotal
map.
upgrade other than
And
+1
once you have
against
it fully cut in
Zerglings.
half, man, it's like, okay, are we going to try to shove through areas? Are we going to try to go mass dropship? Or are we switching to battle cruisers?
Yep. But there's not a lot of
You know,
gas
there's
on
not a
this
lot of
map.
map left
Battle
there.
cruisers are
You see
limited.
6 o'clock is
Usually
about,
you'd have an extra
the
2 or
command
3
center for Scan is
bases
about to be
to
finished
work
there.
with.
12 o'clock, you would think goes to Mong. If Scan were to somehow be able to take both of these, the game would go to him. But otherwise, it's going to be one of these games where, very realistically, we could have the map mined out.
Yep.
Oh, definitely could.
I did
Like, if we
not
get
win the
strong siege line
$50,000
everywhere,
on that vid, and I
man,
was the first
it's
one
tough too,
out
because it's
on
like you want to play
the
tempo, you
bracket
want to keep
because I
on
can't
going and attacking and
defend for
attacking. Maybe that
shit.
involves drop ships at that point. But if the map actually
That
gets cut up,
sucks,
BC's become the
Kind Epic
strongest
Reader.
thing. that's the nature of
I
Terran
mean, at
versus
least you
Terran. don't see
tried,
it as much in
right?
pro play, but it definitely
At
exists.
least you got there.
Yeah, you know,
And
maps
with the
ever
drop
running out of
ships.
money,
I mean, at least he
it's
scanned
pretty
the
rare in
drop
StarCraft
ships.
1 nowadays. We've had it was more common
So
in
you
the
can
past.
see them.
It is still
But his
somewhat-
wraiths are just
I wouldn't
not
say
doing
common, but it definitely
anything.
happens in StarCraft too.
His wraiths are right there, and they're just
because
and he
the way
scanned
split
it and
map
saw
games
it.
go,
Oh my god,
especially in
Scan.
non-mirror
Yeah,
matchups.
Scan is just falling
but
apart
TNT on
right
this
now.
map, this could be one of them.
This is so unfortunate.
Oh, right now,
Mong is just
yeah, he's
beginning
going
to
for.
unload.
Sorry. Yeah, he's going for like such a big drop here. This is such a strong mid-game
Yeah,
move.
this is insane.
Scan
and
has a bunch of
Scan
wraiths, so,
could
like,
have fucking stopped
he
it.
could have, if he was in a better position, maybe have punished this a bit better. He comes in, he's going to try to target down the Goliath. If he kills the Goliath, everything gets cleaned, and he does. Look at that. Very well done
Nice.
from Scan. So he is going to be able to clean this up.
But just look how long it takes all
By
those
the way,
raids.
Tizos, Mong doesn't have +2 attack on his siege tanks. We're 20 minutes in. That's
Oh my God.
absurdly late to not have +2.
It's basically the best upgrade in the matchup.
Yeah.
You know, +2 is massive. So I don't even know why that's the case here.
Probably just fell behind.
It means you're going to be much more likely to lose your tanks to pushes. But Mong, maybe would he elect to get that later? Maybe to just have another factory,
participation
I think
points
like that makes a whole lot of sense.
for at least
I think
getting
that is
to the
what
Pro
went down,
Bowl.
right? Like
I got
he was
$10,000 for
contained a while, and it was
participation,
like
so
a
I'm happy.
crazy brutal back and forth game, and he was just trying to mass up as many
Damn,
as possible. So
okay,
I
that's
kinda get it, but,
epic.
like,
Fuck yeah,
that's
kinda
late.
epic.
As Scan
Hell yeah,
recognizes
dude.
that it's +2 against
Congratulations,
+1.
man.
Like you can just make
That's
lines of
amazing.
siege tanks, and it's
Fuck
so hard to actually clear them out. You know, like for anyone who doesn't know, +2 on siege tank, when it's sieged, it 2-shots other siege tanks. Doesn't matter your armor upgrades. As soon as you have +2, tanks die in 2 shots, and instead of 3. So it makes a gigantic difference.
50% more hits.
Yeah, no, it's insane.
Because you're wasting like 5 HP on a
Mong
tank
pushing
after
down
2
here
hits.
6 o'clock. This is a lot.
It's like the amount of damage
three
that you
tanks
like
down here, a
you
couple
could
more onto the
potentially
high
be
ground.
doing to other units.
Although they may be
I
coming in
became
here
a
late.
biggie and got tacos for me and my friend.
And you know, if Scan can hold
Fuck
this, it's going to
yeah,
be good
epic.
for him. But
you know what you should
is he
do
gonna
with that
actually
money
get that
though is
far
you should
yet? We also
invest
don't
that
have Mong
money.
taking 12 o'clock just yet, which is a little bit concerning. Like these bases are going to run out.
If you ever
He's
hit
gonna seize
5
up over here.
digits,
You know, even just getting
invest
one
that
drop
money.
ship to put tanks into
That's
this
the best
area
you
would
can
be
do
huge,
with it.
But that's going to work as well. Sending the 2 vultures in is all you need. You can stay at a distance and kill off the SCVs, and it's really hard to deal with.
Well, he should bring any remaining wraiths he has down here. I think he can kind of clean this up.
Yeah.
Like, you need something to give you vision in there. That's what the 2 vultures are doing, and why they laid all those mines is so that he can just have vision for his tanks. Ooh, Scan has to be careful not to lose the command center. That would be bad. You do not want to randomly lose a command center when you're in a game like this. But you can see that.
I think you can't.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think you can't build up at 12 o'clock. I think the mine actually blocks that.
Yeah, I think you're right. Here comes Scan's Wraiths.
Well, I
There's
already
only a
had
couple
12
Goliaths
girls
in
that
there.
are 19 like
funny
me
to watch
who wanted
Mong
to
just,
date
like,
me
keep on
after that,
having only
so
a
I
few
got a
Goliaths
hoe.
with his army. I think
Well,
this is part
there
of the
you
reason why you see a
go.
lot of
Don't
top
spend
pros,
all your fucking money
go
on
for
them.
Valkyries to just really shut down
You'll
Wraith,
regret
and that hasn't
it.
happened yet, and he continues to. Look at what he's
You
doing
know,
with
put
the
away
Wraiths.
like 1.2
Like, all
grand,
these
go on
positions that would be so
vacation,
messy to clear
have
out
a
in other
good
ways.
time.
He's just picking apart all sorts
Invest
of
the
areas.
rest.
The Wraiths have done so much for Scan in this game.
Yeah, I think you make a good point with the Valkyries. Like, you know, a couple Valkyries with a few sprays in there, and the Wraiths just melt. But the fact that he's basically tried to just have enough Goliaths that you can never fight the Goliaths when the tanks are with them. The problem is that the Wraiths can always just do avoidant play.
Mm-hmm.
They can always, just back out of fights that are not going to be good for them. By the way, 2-2 is done on both sides here, so we don't have that upgrade disparity. But yeah, I mean, the Wraiths, they can basically create these guerrilla tactics and hit these different points on the map. And dude, Scan's counterattack with the vultures, this game's getting crazy. He's hitting both the top base and the top left, and the third base here for Mong.
Mong's supply is falling apart. He's like not mining.
GG's.
Wow.
That's
look at
fucking
that.
crazy. I can't believe Scan won. That is so insane. Air 1,000, but since I already have a lot of money, $32,000, I don't mind.
Hemorrhaging a lot of units. And basically giving up on good
Well, that's how you
positions.
wind up running out of money, but I mean, I feel ya. I feel ya,
Too.
Epic.
I tell you,
And don't let me tell you what to do.
Both sides. It was
you know?
definitely hectic and back
Yo,
and forth
what's
and
up,
crazy,
Spud
and
Gamer?
they used
How's it
such
going?
different
What
strategies.
you at? What you got? What you
But
doing?
I think at the end of the day, Scan just did enough with his Wraiths. If Mong had been able
How's
to
your day been?
defend his siege tanks a little bit better, I do think he would have won that game. He definitely had a big advantage in the middle game. When
I
he
can't believe
broke the
Scan
push
won. That
and
blew my
double
mind.
expanded,
I'm
it
like,
looked
wait,
really good for
how?
him. But Scan
I don't
stayed
care
calm,
though.
played a
She
strong game,
loved me.
and
how
now goes to the
I
final
am.
match against Sharp, which I think
I guess
again,
that's
is gonna
true,
be tough. You
right?
saw how Sharp
Just
just
wrote a short
dismantled him
story
in the
for
first game of the night.
partner and
But, maybe
lesbian
Scan can do a
couple
bit better here and make
characters.
the upset and make his second round of 16 in a row.
Fuck yeah. I'm gonna
Too
go
bad
in
to see Mong
Discord
going
and
so
show
early
you the
here.
mask I won.
But I guess that's what happens when you're in Group
Tempted
A,
the
you die
intimate
out. Guys, the
scene.
rematch of the start of Group A is
Oh
coming up next.
shit, how did
Sharp
that go,
versus
Skull
Scan. We'll be
Gamer?
right back.
How did that go?
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. Up next, a rematch.
Was it
of the
intense,
start of the
heart
day here, Sharp
beating?
versus Scan.
You know?
It
Blood
was one
flowing.
where Scan opened up
You know what I mean?
with Command Center first, got that lead, but Sharp was just too tactically good, too comfortable in the mid-game, too able to control the third base of Scan, and basically too good at kind of zigging every time that Scan zagged. I mean, he was really on top of the movement.
It's
and
fun. Got a
basically
visual, too.
completely
Because someone
surrounding
drew
and
us a
crushing
picture.
Scan in the
Oh,
end. So
nice.
we're going to need to see something a little bit different from Scan here as the game develops.
That's
He's
cool.
going to win.
Always adding a
we're
little bit
gonna
of
go
emphasis
into
to it,
Polestar,
right?
which is pretty much our most vanilla 4-player map right now. Definitely some positional
Furry
advantages can occur in Terran
lesbians.
versus Terran, but I'm
Nice.
more interested in the opening build orders from these guys and just seeing like, okay, who's going to have that advantage, or is there going to be an advantage in that early game, and can Scan play a little bit better? Because I think there were opportunities for him to get really far ahead of Sharp, and Sharp just really outmuscled him, outplayed him. So I hope that Scan has kind of calmed down at this point. He looked pretty good against Mong overall, but I do think Sharp is pretty well favored.
Rain getting out of this group immediately, leaving only one of our 3 Terrans here to try to get into that spot here in round of 16. Mong already gone. It's gonna
Hey,
come
it's
down
like
to
Asian
Scan
chat. Yo, Bolia,
and
what's
Sharp
up?
here in our
How's it
final map.
going? What you at? What you got? What you doing? What's your day looking like, Bolia? We're just watching some more StarCraft. Good, thank you. Hell yeah,
Okay.
let's go.
Sharp here in the
Another
bottom
weekend.
left,
We're doing
Scan in the top
fantastic.
left.
We finished our Diablo video,
This
so we
map's
put
a
out a
great
new
map, by the
video
way.
today.
I'm glad this is an
We're
addition
just
in the
chilling,
map pool. I
you
really
know?
welcome maps like this.
It's
That,
a good
you know,
day.
have some
It's a weekend.
comfortable ideas, some common ideas, but then bring some new flavor to it as well here in a way that's not absurd and not too crazy.
Yes, definitely. It's
Glad to
it's
hear.
really
Hell
interesting with the
yeah.
different expansion locations.
Another,
the
you know what
terrain
they say, another
switches,
day,
the
another dollar,
number
right?
of paths around the map. It feels open, but
Another
also
stream, another toe.
compact enough that it's okay and everything is playable. Like I
Another week,
really
another
like
video.
Polestar. I think it's far and away our best 4-player
Another
map.
year,
A
another
considerable step
ASL.
up from Radeon, which is a considerable step up from Polypoid, probably.
I want to die on my deathbed
Yeah,
at like
Polypoid I'm a little bit
98.
tired of, to be honest.
I
at this
actually
point.
I vetoed it. I'm pretty
Watching
bored with Polypoid at
StarCraft.
this point. It's been out
I
for a
am
long
a
time.
little too familiar with that map
Yeah,
now. I think that
Taste
Polypoid, thank you guys very much from
toast!
Vegas and New York. Excellent.
All right.
Appreciate you guys. Yeah, Polypoid, I've definitely. I think we were all a little bit too excited by how good that map was, but it's probably time to phase it out.
Yeah.
On the ladder.
Yeah, it's
Sure.
been
By the way,
like
guys, one
3
quick
or
plug
4
here before we
years.
go any further.
I wanna
Consider
die in my
signing up for
sleep.
Patreon. It's patreon.com.
I want to die
/
peacefully and in my
English.
sleep,
We
like
would
my
love to earn your
grandfather.
support. We were only able to do this through the support
Unlike
of
the
our
passengers
fans,
of his
and
car.
fans of StarCraft 1 and the ASL. So please consider signing up.
Yeah. Thank you very much to everyone who has. You guys have been just amazing. And we're just so excited right now about Brood War. Like, it's such a good place. There's so many people playing, so many
My
people
grandpa actually
watching.
did die in his
The
sleep.
pro
He had
scene
skin
is
cancer,
super active.
and
Everyone's in
he
great
just
shape.
had like a
And really,
like
this
delirium
ASL is
episode,
lining up to
and
potentially
he just
be
went and lied
the
down
most
and just
hype
died.
we've ever had with Flash playing what he says.
But he had like
his
literally
final
had like no face. Like he didn't want us to come over and see him
Yeah,
and
we'll
stuff
see if
like
it's his
that.
final
We
one
were
or
only
two.
like
one. Yeah, we will.
15 or
Flash, it was made, like,
16-ish
I have
at the
no
time.
idea. I want to say
you know,
literally like 4
he
different
wanted to
announcements where
us
he's
to remember
definitively
him, you know,
quitting
as he
or coming
was,
back or
Yeah.
doing
not what he
something.
You're not
became.
wrong.
So
Because it was like it took like
I
8
know,
years.
I'm actually
and it was
totally
just
right.
like slowly, like his arms,
It is-
his
I mean,
face,
I hope it's not
and
his last
everything.
ASL or
And
his
it's just he
final one,
became
but
a
at this point in
recluse,
time,
and
I
then
do
he
take
just
what Flash
he was only
says.
like
Everything he says with a
72,
grain of
so he
salt.
wasn't even
For
that
sure.
old.
But either way, it's cool that he's here. I mean, the game would not be the same.
That's scary to
without him.
think. In
And,
5
the fact
years,
that
my
he's in this
parents will
ASL
be
and the fact that
72.
The last couple of ASLs have been so good, especially as far as like quality of games.
But
and
I'll
the way
also
the
be
strategies
40.
Have improved, and meta's so interesting. It's good to have him here because we. Were
I'm
the best.
saying it out loud. Fuck.
These
Well, my
other
parents
guys
are
have
in
been-
like great health. Like my parents are
Well,
golfers. They golf
I
all
think
the
we're going to find out
time.
that yes, in fact, he
Like,
is still the best.
They're like
I think he's
super
gonna
skinny, super
easily 1, 2,
healthy.
3
You
his
know,
way
we
to a
gym
championship, but we'll
downstairs.
see. I
They
would love
work
to-
out.
I would love to be proven
like,
wrong there.
you know,
Taking a look at these builds,
we eat like
very, very
super
similar.
healthy.
Scan
like
getting
my
his
mom
command
makes
center
like
a little
homemade
bit
meals
quicker.
all the
Sharp
time
is
and
going
stuff
to
like
here
that, right?
momentarily.
So
Sharp
like,
did go for an 11 gas, so his
they're gonna pretty much
faster,
get as much time as
but
they're
as long as
afforded to
Scan
them, right?
plays defensively
My mom
with his
does
first
have
couple of vultures, he should be totally fine, and the game should equalize pretty well.
Yeah. My mom has.
We've had a lot of games where it turns into this vulture arms race here. As they're both
I don't know exactly what to call it, but it is technically skin cancer, but it's not.
TVT Artosis we would have
like,
watched for, or it's just one of these maps where it could
bad.
very easily be split map.
So
like
it's like
any other
they've been monitoring her for like 2 years, and she's had 2 moles
really
removed.
hard. I mean, not
but
on Polestar, Polestar has enough
she had this like
and is wide
thing
enough that
underneath
it's
her
really
eye.
hard to fully
She thought it was
split
a skin tag.
But specifically,
I sent 2 pics in general to show
these
you what it looked like.
positions. If Scan can hold the high ground, he gets really far ahead. You know that strip of high ground in between their bases, because the natural third base of Sharp is right there. If Sharp can instead push and take that high ground, then he gets really far ahead. It's a little bit easier on Scan side, if you ask me, to get that positional control, but. Yeah, I really feel like that's what a lot of Polestar games come down to.
Nice. He's going to come in here. He does actually snipe off the
man,
vulture,
so
and he's going to
good.
get at least 2 into the main here. Ooh, 1 shot down before he can get in, but this is going to be a decent amount of damage here. Remember, though, that's 3 vultures that can't be used to fight later on here. Another vulture is going to come down.
Yo, what's up, Hugo? How's it going, my man? What you at? What you got? What you doing?
Maybe get a little bit ahead of himself. Killing SCVs is good, but,
how's your day going,
Hugo? A lot of
Hugo?
units, and we could end up seeing a counterattack that could be devastating, right?
Yeah, well, it's 1 factory starport, so that
About
was like
to
really
do
good.
a job
Oh, no, it's the
thing.
second factory on
Ooh,
there.
pretty
My
good day.
bad.
Hell yeah, Hugo. Hopefully everything goes
actually,
well
that
and
does make it a little bit
smooth,
better
and
for Sharp than what I
no
thought.
hiccups, and
so
Sharp is
gonna
go
bring up
get her
siege
done.
tanks, and this is
Doesn't
always
take
a
too much
problem.
effort,
If you
and
stayed on
you're
Vulture
good to
for a
go.
long time, and they start making siege tanks and go across the map. Like, Sharp took early damage there. You can look at the numbers and scans ahead, but the siege tanks can really pay off. And look at that. He's blocked him with the factory. Ooh. Oh, my God. This is so painful. Scan is right now making a tank, I guarantee. And, like, that he needs that tank to come out very quickly.
Can I add my new chapter to the list? Unfortunately, Hugo, because I'm trying not to stream as long anymore. We're probably going to end the stream like 10 minutes when this game is over.
Ends up killing off all the vultures that slipped out in that attempted surround.
It's kind of how it's going to be. I don't want to push myself.
He's got 2 tanks here and 4 vultures.
Because
There's
of
so much damage coming
the seizure
down.
that I had
SCVs
last
in some
week.
Ways getting in the way here of the tank that's trying to get back up.
I found out where the line is, and now we need to stay behind that line.
Now to spot
Sorry, bro.
that last tank.
I also had to turn down Blessed as well.
For an extremely long
but
period of time,
tomorrow,
it is popped and it goes down.
Tomorrow, man.
And that was all the workers that were at that expansion.
I know the timing sucks because
very
of
close to dead right now. Sharp
just
needs
your
to
guys'
kind of
time
macro up
zones, like people
play a
working
normal
and
game
stuff
from
like
here.
that. Like,
there's like,
it's just
there
unfortunate
might
the
be some
change
tactics
me
Scan
having
can pull
changed
off. Like,
the
if he can maybe
original
run around
stream
with his
time,
vultures a
right?
little bit, lay some
Because
good
normally
mines,
I
sneak in a
literally
little
wouldn't
bit.
even
Who
have
knows?
started
Maybe he can
streaming
do a
yet.
little
It'd
bit
still
of
be
counter
another
damage, but Sharp
hour
got really
until
far
I
ahead
started
from that.
streaming.
And that's something that can be very painful when you're going vultures. Like, Scan skipped the add-on to have the vulture advantage.
So the quick video,
and his
some of my
first 3 vultures
catches
did
in the
very
first
well.
match.
He picked off a vulture, he picked off the 2 marines, so his barracks could stay alive forever. But then he ran in, he lost a couple more vultures. The tank is counterattacking. His add-on was very late. You kind of need to match siege tank counts, right? Like, you can't let your opponent have a siege tank and you don't. And then because the add-on was so late, Sharp got 2 siege tanks. So it's just like a lot of things went wrong there. Sharp is kind of turtling up. It's definitely a much better position for Sharp. He has way more SCVs right now.
It's very straightforward here. I mean, there's no easy out here for Scan. I mean, there's no simple drop he could do. I think if
I
Sharp
can't do
plays a
that shit. I ain't
conservative game, it's gonna be
athletic
pretty
as
easy.
fuck. It hit me in the
don't think he's
face, and
gonna
I probably
have
lose an
enough vultures
eye.
to overwhelm this. The tank and the couple of Goliaths here with the vultures.
Have to come up with some
Sharp
really
is
epic
basically
story,
enough,
not look
and you're
like a
just kinda
fucking
playing from this
retard.
very losing position. We've got the Academy coming down here. I don't know what the exact SCV count is on each side, but Sharp's has to be quite a bit higher. Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to the overextension with those vultures that then allowed the counterattack with the tanks and vultures of Sharp to really wipe out all those workers.
Man, this is a tough spot here right now for Scan. He's laying some mines, I think, which is good. Like, if he can lay a bunch of mines on the high ground, like going up the ramp, maybe he can take a good engage there.
Ooh, he
That's
saves the
oftentimes
barracks.
like your best chance in a position like this. Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Oh, okay. He just got the SCV repairing the barracks. Okay, that makes some sense. I was like, is he actually going to try to beat that army? There's no way. But he has a lot of vultures right now. So I think
But
big
I am a
opportunity
fast
for him
motherfucker and
is
skinny as hell.
When Sharp tries to transition,
You got the
from low ground to high
mobility
ground,
and the like.
if he can engage with all of his vultures at once in that area and have a lot of mines, maybe he can get a lucky mine in there and suddenly like tie the game back up.
Them Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah. He's laying out a pretty good position here. I don't think we're going to see a third base on either side right away. I think right now Sharp wants to basically keep his lead, and I love the fact that he's accumulating those wraiths.
Yeah, it's very smart.
He's going to move out. Now, there are vultures ready to counterattack, right? At least two?
I thought he might have left some down, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it could be mines. It's hard to tell on the minimap.
I don't know if Scan has an armory, by the way. Like, you wouldn't expect wraiths here. So this might actually really catch Scan off guard. If 2 wraiths show up at your base and you haven't started your armory, you end up losing like 17 SCVs or something. It's insane. It's like a gigantic number. Oh, okay. His army's almost done. So that's good. That's really important. He has to bring a bunch of SCVs out to repair this. You simply can't let these kill your 2 tanks.
Yeah,
these 2 tanks
he's going to run
crucial.
in now. You know, if the siege tanks are killed off up here, and there's already less, so they're much more likely to lose this fight. There's just no way to deal with this many tanks and vultures.
Yeah, I think
on the other end
Scan's
here.
dead.
The wraiths are still here dealing damage, which means even more SCVs are going to be picked off. The final tank shot takes out that one less tank. A screen up is more tanks.
I mean, I'm glad Scan got the win though against Maul. So at least he got another win in the ASL.
Oh my god!
But yeah, no, this is GG.
Yeah.
I mean,
he is gone. And
unfortunate.
GG, yeah. Sharp going to go ahead and advance. Not a big surprise.
Rain in first, Sharp in second. There we go.
He was kind of the one.
We now have Group A completed.
Most likely, but he does end up getting second place. I think Scan definitely did play well today, but
yeah.
Like,
unfortunately,
and Sharp is rated amongst the very best at TNT.
Yeah, like you're gonna be Sharp and Rain. Like this was a this was not a realistic.
He's so great at fighting back. Really a master of the tactics.
Group for him to get out.
And played really well. I think that those wraiths.
These are
really
like
smart.
the top 5 of their race in the world, going up against like a B ongoing A tier. Right, like he's not even an A tier.
I think he's
pro,
basically entering the territory of ASL regular.
Yeah,
like
he'll be around. He'll be around, but you know,
basically every time, and
he's eventually gonna get there.
I think he could have top 16.
Give him another 5 years, and he can be a top 8 contender if he keeps going the way he is. Especially with like in that period of time, other people falling off, like Sharp, like Light, like Rain, Flash being gone.
And that does it for Group A of the round of 24 here at ASL Season 21, as we have our second player through to the round of 16 today. Please put your hands together as we bring Sharp out here.
조기석 선수 16강 진출 진심으로 축하드립니다. 일단
Wholehearted congratulations are in order. Let's hear how you're feeling. I knew it wouldn't be easy, so I'm very happy to once again be making it through, and I'm thankful to be playing again. In the pre-game interview, you said you would try to enjoy yourself while you're playing, but having to go all the way to the decider match must have made it really difficult to actually be having fun. What was on your mind all throughout? I was super stressed. I did want to enjoy myself, but actually having to do it didn't work, so I had to get a grip.
So walk in, man. We can't just walk all over these kids. The second you let your guard down, you're fucked.
I felt he really practiced diligently this time around. He played his heart out. But in TVT, I am his senior. So I knew I just could not lose that one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like you'd have to have a fat fumble or some fucked up cheese from Scan.
Safe.
I would have almost like just purely cheesed the Scan. I would have been like, it's my only chance.
Today, fuck. But you know that Sharp's gonna protect against that. But I mean, he lost the game that he was gonna do like the full cheese counter for. So he knows that and that was against Sharp.
I think above all,
so it's like he had already lost that game.
Is the fact that
so maybe it does the opposite and just goes for a cheese.
When it comes to offline experience, playing broadcasting matches, well, you have a lot of experience in ASL, and you are ever so determined to make it far. Many people will be curious to see how today's matches translate into that further on. What exactly, where exactly are you placing your goal this season? When I would get good results, it was whenever I aimed to enjoy playing. I have a good opportunity.
You have to have the passion, the drive, the will, and the motivation, the mentality,
step by step, calmly, one match at a time.
And that can all be shattered so easily.
This season holds in store for you.
It just takes one game, one bad performance,
and your colleagues alike will
drop off like no tomorrow.
And tell them what to expect.
The problem with competitives, right?
I'm sure our university.
That's why I'm not a big fan of competitive, because I'm slow, steady, and retarded.
Who showed up in full force today.
So I just know I'm coming in last.
And above all, for helping me practice. Speed, Hero, JYJ Rush, and hold on a second. Oh, and Shiny in mind. Thank you. And most important, I was able to practice thanks to my wife.
He has kids. A lot of pros also have wives and kids because they're in their like 30s, entering their 40s.
So now I'll go look after
getting into being old men, playing video games, making their living off of it.
Looking forward to seeing your journey this season.
That's because, like, in Korea, StarCraft is treated basically like football, right? Like, it is the national sport, basically.
Our second player through to the round of 16 in Sharp, a true example of determination.
So it's not just niche to be StarCraft. These people are recognized nationwide.
Not the craziest outcomes. Cool to see Rain actually get out first.
Here, yeah, I was not expecting Rain to get out first.
To the round of 16.
For sure. Like, these are guys that if they're round of 8, you're not really going to blink an eye. So good to see them both advance. I'm really.
I could literally see them both being in the semifinals.
I was worried that he might be taken out because these guys are all strong in that matchup, but. He looked very good today in PvT. Great plans
JYJ.
Now our next group.
Ample.
Soulkey, Ample, JYJ, Sock. So 3 Terrans here once again, but Soulkey in this group has to be a heavy favorite.
He was 4 champions in a row, and then Soma unseated him for his 5th champion in a row.
The other, I'm not sure. It's hard to say.
I'd say Soulkey and JYJ are probably gonna make it out.
We're gonna at least get
Sock can do an upset, but I don't know about Ample. Ample is like almost like C tier.
You never know. Someone just puts 2
But I mean, Sock's not too much of a high B tier, but JYJ is definitely A tier.
That randomness,
so it's
but
like, and then Soulkey's double S tier.
Clearly a
like
favorite
shit.
here. But we'll see what these guys want to open with. Honestly, I would like to see Ample just open up with 2 racks in the center. Just be like, screw it, man. You go hatch first. I'm taking this.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to win. So it's like you might as well just bank on like the randomness of it.
To be always airing on Soup first. That is what Soup is requiring of us in this broadcast. So we're on Soup for a day or 2, and then we're on YouTube immediately after.
It's just all the traffic mainly goes to Soup
right when it comes
instead of being shorted across YouTube, which makes complete sense, right? You know, you want to give the original site the traffic.
A big thanks to all the Patreon
before
supporters.
You do something else and move it over to YouTube. All right. Well, that was Group A. So we'll be back for Group B tomorrow. So, again, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. You guys are fucking amazing, as always. Love you. Thank you. And never stop being you. Never stop creating. Never stop spreading your ideas and your imagination. And as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, who we rating today? Where we going, what we doing, what we gotta, who we added, where we are, who knows? One way we will be there.
Oh, here's one that we haven't had in a while. All right. 3. Get your wheels ready. Here we go. We'll see you on the other side.
Welcome, Raiders. This is our Dragon Den. What have you been up to?
Welcome. Thank you so much. I am trying to figure out which part of your name I should use.